Yeah, we're just starting.
Okay.
This conference is being recorded. Only the main conference is recorded.
Are we ready to proceed?
Yes.
All right. So let's move on to item number 3, which is approval of the meeting minutes. The next item before us is an action item to approve the minutes from the January meeting. We will begin by taking public comments on this item. If you would like to make a comment, please come up to the microphone. For those on the webinar, please press the raise hand button or pound 2 to enter the queue. We'll start with in-person comments. Seeing no comments, we'll go ahead and move on to the webinar.
There are no hands raised for the webinar.
Can we confirm that the webinar can hear us? They can. Okay, great.
We have one raised. No, never mind.
A draft of the minutes for the January meeting was distributed to you in your meeting packets for review. And if you didn't get a copy, they're in the back on that table. Staff did a great job of making them available for everybody. And they're also available online, so for those of you on the web call. Does any board member have any corrections to the minutes as distributed? If you have a correction to the minutes, please state the correction. If there are no corrections, seeing that there are no corrections, we'll go, and there are no objections to approving the minutes as distributed. Hearing no objections, I'll entertain a motion on approval of the minutes for the January meeting as distributed.
Madam Chair, I'd
Yes.
like to make a motion to approve the minutes as distributed to us.
Do I have a second?
Madam Chair, I second.
Thank you. A motion was made by Member Bianchini and a second was made by Member Johnson. Please vote by stating yes or no or abstain when your name is called. Secretary, please call the roll.
Bianchini?
Yes.
Garland?
Yes.
Toro? Johns?
Yes.
Johnson?
Yes.
Munoz?
Yes.
Voss?
Yes.
The minutes for the January meeting are approved as stated. We will move on to item number 4, which is decision on an NOPV to Angelica Delgado, investigation C2219500004. Does any member need to excuse themselves from consideration of this item? Seeing there's no recusals, we'll proceed. The notice cited Angelica Delgado for violating Government Code 4216.2B, excavating without first notifying the Regional 1 call center. The NOPV proposes that Ms. Delgado be required to take our education course. Ms. Delgado has not responded to the NOPV. Ms. Delgado is under the board's enforcement jurisdiction. We will now proceed to public comment on this item. If you would like to make a comment, please come up to the microphone. For those on the webinar, press the raise hand button or the pound 2 to enter the queue. We'll go ahead and start with in-person comments. Seeing there's no in-person comments, do we have any webinar comments?
There are currently no hands raised for the webinar.
All right. We'll go ahead and turn now to members of the board. So members of the board, we first need to decide if the violation occurred. If we determine that the respondent committed the violation, we will then determine if the proposed sanction is appropriate. I ask that we deliberate on the proposed violation of Government Code 4216.2B, excavating without first notifying the Regional 1 call center. Please state whether you agree that the violation occurred. In doing so, please list the facts you relied upon to make your determination. Members, who would like to begin the deliberations?
Member Voss here. Madam Chair, in reading the investigator's report, it appears that Ms. Delgado did violate Government Code 4216.2B, excavating without first notifying the Regional 1 call center. Her statement to our investigator appeared to be credible and that she was not aware of the law. and that she thought she was placing the sign on her sister-in-law property, which, for this point, the real issue, of course, is that there was no ticket pulled in order to dig the holes for the sign. So I think factually she is in violation of Government Code 4216.2B, excavating without first notifying the Regional 1 Call Center.
Thank you, Member Voss. Any other board members?
I'm a little conflicted in that, Member Bianchini, given the fact that she hired somebody, which was, I think, her brother, to hire that, and he wasn't a licensed contractor, and had he been and would have known, then a ticket would have been pulled because she didn't actually do the excavation. She wanted her sign put up. Wherein I know Miguel is probably responsible for digging without it, and he should have known better. Apparently, she probably should have too by directing him to do it. So, but it's a tougher call with her.
Any other comments? I think in the past this has come up before. We've talked about real estate agents putting signposts out. We've talked about this. So this has been a concern in the past. And I do hear you, Member Bianchini, but at the end of the day, the realtor directed the work. And they did so without the proper compliance with 4216.2B. So I do agree with Member Voss. Do we have any other comments?
Yeah, Member Johns, I just concur with the findings that she did violate not calling. It is a common problem identifying what is excavation, and so the more we can educate, the better on this subject. So, but yes, the facts remain that they violated the one call process.
Madam Chair, I'm agreeing with Mr. Bianchini as it relates to that she was not the one that did the work. She did hire someone to do it, and they were a licensed contractor. They were not a licensed contractor. Okay. But they were a contractor.
It was her brother,
Right.
and her brother was visiting from
Right.
out of the country.
He acted as a contractor.
He acted as a brother,
Right.
I think.
So in terms of the violation of 4216, notification falls more on him than it does her, even though she compensated him for the work. And it wasn't my understanding that she thought it was private property and found out it was not her private property. So I'm kind of leaning more to her not violating 4216 as a result of that.
I think that's a good discussion. Perhaps since we're working on, is there a violation if there's not a violation? So I guess it stands to reason if it sounds like we're looking at if it's their property, they have the right to dig on it. And I think that's come up a lot of times in the past where someone will plant a tree, maybe they're licensed, maybe they're not licensed, something happens, or maybe a realtor wants to put in a sign, or we had the signs from the last meeting with the fire notifications. So I guess I would like to hear discussion on when is it okay not to comply with 4216.2B?
Member Bianchini, and again, the conflict for me is that neither of them knew and probably should have. But I know when we're hired contractors by an owner to either excavate a site or install utilities into it or out of it, he does not call USA and let them know that an excavation is going to happen. It falls on the responsibility of the person that's going to do the digging, the contractor, or that person, whether he's licensed or not. And that Mr. Johnson actually said it very well. I mean, whether she knew or didn't, and as you've said, we've discussed a lot of times, that we need to get to the real estate market and have them understand that when they're hiring somebody to do that, somebody's got to go out there and flag it and put a USA marks on the ground. But when you're hiring somebody else to do it, I think the responsibility passes to the person that's actually going to disturb the soil and move the dirt.
Yes, and Member Johns, the issue about property ownership shouldn't come to involved in this case. It was the pipelines were involved were hazardous liquid pipelines. They have easements on private properties, all kinds of properties. So in this particular case, it was the digging is dangerously close to some serious pipelines, and it needs to be recognized. I mean, we've been making an effort to get the industry to recognize that you call before you dig. I agree with Member Bianchini that the contractor is ultimately responsible, and there's, as we all know, there's lots of confusion about who actually makes a call. Sometimes it's the subcontractor, the general contractor, but the person digging and who's there at the site needs to make that call. So, I agree with them, and we need to get the word out to the industry. The real estate industry is a prime example of somebody who's not necessarily an excavation contractor, but they need to know.
Member Voss here. Yeah, I think I agree too that technically it's not wasn't her problem, but on the other hand, are we going to get the word out? By having her take the education course, it's a good chance the next time she hires somebody to put a sign in for her, this may not happen again.
So in discussing this, if we're looking at the violation themselves, I guess the separation is where we're having an issue. If this had been a typical case where it was not a sibling, right, or just a visitor from another place and they hired a contractor, the onus would fall on them. Do you entertain any idea or any concept where the brother was acting as just a physical extension of the sister because he's not from this country, doesn't speak English, doesn't know any of the rules or regulations? I know it's a kind of a gray area, but where does the responsibility, because I'm sure we all have experience with real estate agents. Sometimes they just do the work themselves, or they have a friend do it for them. Where does that responsibility lie? And I guess that's really the question, because we all agree that someone should do this before they excavate, but this is an interesting situation in that there's no contractor involved, and it seems that in many of the examples we've had with real estate agents or something like this, like an advertisement or a notification, just normal people are acting. Where does the lack of knowledge stop and the law begin, or where does not knowing the law can't be an excuse, right? Or where can it be an excuse? I don't know. I guess I'd want to hear from you guys. What does that look like? Ignorance of the law, where does that fall? Because in this situation, they were less than a few feet from exploding. His vacation from his homeland, he would have been exploded all over the place.
Madam Chair, the issue is whether or not there was a violation on our part. And right now, there was no violation on her part. Now, would education help her? Yes. But is she in violation? No. That's my perspective. I think that, if anything, maybe, I know she knows now because the investigators have questioned her, and she realizes that the mistake that she made, and I guess she will correct it. But maybe there's some type of letter or something we can send her, or a warning letter to say, hey, in the future when you're digging or having someone excavate, make sure or ensure that they do call in a one-call ticket.
And I know in the past we've talked about this, that we can't prescribe education without violation. So if there's no violation, we can't prescribe education. So we would miss an opportunity for education. So again, go ahead.
Member Bianchini, maybe it's a question for council, but do we have an opportunity here that if she agrees to take the education class, we will not find her guilty of the 4216.2B. Otherwise, we'll probably be forced to, because I also do see the chair's point on this, that her brother was just an extension of what she was trying to get done as well, but trying not to set a precedence for all owners would be responsible when they're having somebody else, paying somebody else to do that.
Attorney Harrington.
She hates this.
Trying to articulate your question. You want to know if it's possible to not find her guilty but encourage her?
No, well, moreover, that if she agrees to take the education class, then we will not impose the violation. But if she doesn't, we're going to have to. It's to the point that we're going to mandate that she takes it. If she voluntarily wants to take the class, then she can get off with that warning and take that. Otherwise, we'll have to find her guilty. And
Member Charlin, so I like to make a case that she is liable, and I've always asked the question, who needs to call in a ticket, and then who is working for that person? So if a person calls in a ticket, and they hire their brother, hire their neighbor, and they planned it, they brought this person, and they paid for it, they would have been covered if she would have called in a ticket, because she actually paid them. If you go to someone who has a ticket, but they hire a contractor, they don't pay them hourly for the work. They just contract them to do the job and then pay for it that way. But the employee who's actually digging and all that is on their payroll, so they need to have their own ticket. This one was basically on her payroll. She, planned it, she ordered it, she did that. So I think if she did have a ticket and he was out there digging, he would be covered because she called in the ticket and she was directly paying for him to do the work.
And Member Johns, I agree that it is an extension of contracting. The excavator can be a homeowner, doesn't necessarily have to be a licensed contractor to be excavating. So I think in the case of realtors, looking at the photos in this NOPV, I'm sure part of the business is to advertise properties, and this is part of the work, and could be considered like an extension of her business to say that excavating, putting advertising signs is part of the business. So I think she is responsible, at least to the sense of this operation. Whether or not how her organization works is still part of the excavation process.
Member Voss, I agree with Member Charlin and Member Johns in the fact that, first off, this board has jurisdiction over agriculture and unlicensed contractors. So I think this is a perfect example. I think Randy gave the best explanation here, where she was the one who ordered the work, he's paying her brother directly for it. So I think it's an easy jump to say that she was the unlicensed contractor in this sense. Employee.
All right. Now that we have discussed the violation, and it was a good discussion, we may now proceed to discuss the proposed sanction. The NOPV proposes a sanction of mandatory completion of the board's educational course, as we've already alluded to. For those of you who found that the violation did occur, and we're still in discussion and we're still deliberating, but please state whether you agree with the proposed sanction, and the proposed sanction is the education course. In doing so, please list the provisions of Section 4201 of Title 19 of the California Code of Regulations that you're using as the basis of your determination and facts you relied on. Please also state what you believe to be the appropriate sanction. Members, we've already started a little bit of this, but let's continue the discussion on the sanctions themselves.
Member Bianchini, I believe that the sanction in her having to take the education course would be appropriate due to the lack of 4216 2B not being followed under Member Charlin's scenario.
Are there any additional considerations for the record that a member would like to make before I make the motion? Any other considerations regarding this case?
I just have a question, and I know Member Charlin brought up a good point, but we keep focusing on real estate. I mean, because if we're going to be consistent, we got to take everything in consideration. So if we're doing that, we're setting some, if we set something like that and just focus on real estate folks and not on somebody else that does the same thing, and we need to be consistent when we do these things.
To Member Johnson's point, I'll just add that I agree with Member Charlin's analogy here, other than the fact that contractors get hired by cities, by municipalities and stuff on a time and material basis all the time, and it's hourly, and we get paid hourly to go perform a task that they're requesting us to. So, we're walking a pretty fine line here, and I agree with the point that I really don't want to set a precedence as the reason I brought it up, but it's valid that she paid her brother to do it on possibly her payroll. I doubt there was any, taxes pulled or anything to that account, but yeah.
Member Vosser, can we draw the inference to the fact that it's an unlicensed contractor situation? Is there anything there we can pull from that gives us some clarity when we're looking at cases in the future, in other situations where you've got unlicensed, because it seems to me if the real estate agent had hired a licensed contractor to put it in, then it seems like a different scenario there than in this case.
Member Johns, I kind of disagree with the concept of having to just be the licensed contractor. I mean, the 811 program has been targeting homeowners, landscape engineers, everybody, and it's really the matter of excavation, and it's the dangers underground. So, as an example, if I go put a tree in my backyard, I'm responsible, and even though I don't have a contractor. So I think that's part of our focus is education, targeting the real estate industry. It is an industry where it's common to put signs in the ground. So I think it's more of the education to the industry. And then, fence contractors, there's all kinds of contractors that do stuff underground that you really don't associate with excavation, but it is nonetheless. So, yeah, I think we need to just treat everybody as excavators as opposed to the emphasis on their contracting.
Thank you, members. There is an item on the agenda, item 10, that's for us to discuss the non-violation safety issues. Let's go ahead and, staff, if you could just add that in there just as a question so we can bring that back around. But one of the things that we asked is how do we align the sanctions to 4201 of Title 19? And there was one concern that I had when I read this case, and as it deals with everyone that we're going to be discussing, is that it seems that there was some kind of omission. So that's that 4201A2, where the belief was that they put the sign up and they got it down within the week, and both Angelica and her brother both stated that they only put 2 posts in. And I'm probably thinking they only wanted to say they put 2 posts in so they could have further distance away from the pipeline. There was actually a picture with 3 posts in there. So that if I'm looking at sanctions, if I'm looking at omission, if I'm looking at telling the truth and trying to make sure that we are honest and we're learning from our mistakes and we're making sure that we're protecting the people of California, the farmers that are there, the road was right there, the railroad was right there. If I'm looking at all of that, to me it's easy because there's that culpability, which may be measured in part by whether they were intervening acts or omissions by other persons. So I think, to me, that called out, if it was really hey, I just didn't know or I made a mistake, they could have been honest about the 3 posts, because there was definitely 3 posts in that picture. So I agree with the fact that there was a violation, but I also agree that in addition to like not knowing, the second part was omissions matter, because that means that you're trying to, maybe not take full responsibility. All right, so seeing that there's no deliberations anymore, further deliberations, anything else? All right, I'll entertain a motion from the board to take action on this item.
Member Voss, I move to find that Angelica Delgado violated GC 4216.2B and would benefit by taking the board's education course.
Do I have a second?
Member Johns, I'll second that.
A motion was made by Member Voss, and a second was made by Member Johns. Please vote by stating yes or no or abstain when your name is called. Secretary, can you please take the roll?
Bianchini,
Yes.
Starland,
Yes.
Johns,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Munoz,
Yes.
Voss.
Yes.
The motion is adopted. The next item before us is an action item on the decision on the NOPV to Miguel Delgado investigation C2219-50004. Does any member need to excuse themselves? And I would imagine no, since it's an extension of the last one. So seeing that there are no recusals, we'll proceed. The notice cited Miguel Delgado for violating Government Code 4216.2B, excavating without first notifying the Regional 1 call center. The NOPV proposes that Mr. Delgado be required to take our education course. Mr. Delgado has not responded to the NOPV. Mr. Delgado is under the board's enforcement jurisdiction. We will now proceed to public comments on this item. If you would like to make a comment, please come up to the microphone. For those of you on the webinar, please press the raise hand button or #2. We'll start with in-person comments.
Oh, thank you. Good afternoon. Steve Cleaver with PG&E, manager of our damage prevention and compliance. In listening to the discussion for the previous investigation, which is also the same investigation, different party, I had some questions and concerns about whether or not the activity actually met the exemption for the requirement to obtain a USA ticket. Heard some discussion about whether or not somebody should get a USA ticket, whether or not they were accountable for their actions, or whether, if it was the person who hired the work, if it was the person who performed the work. For me, sitting back, I know my perspective is a little bit different, but it seemed fairly clear to me that there was no exemption in this case. By definition, Ms. Delgado was an excavator, and the person that she hired in this case, which is her brother, was performing the work on her behalf. I understand some hairs can be split there, and I totally understand the discussion, and I appreciate that. It takes me back to a decision that was made sometime last year or the year before, where a city or a general contractor who had hired a licensed contractor that did not get a USA ticket was held accountable for their licensed contractor not getting a USA ticket. And I think that there were some parallels in that to this case here, where somebody was hiring the work done and it was performed, and should they or should they not be? And I just think for consistency's sake, there's an opportunity to look back at previous decisions made and evaluate whether or not they should be applied here as well. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there additional public comments? Are there any web comments?
There are currently no webinar comments.
All right, thank you for your comments. We will now turn to members of the board. First, we will need to decide if the violation occurred. If we determine that the respondent committed the violation, we will then determine if the proposed sanction is appropriate. I ask that we deliberate on the proposed violation of Government Code 4216-2B, excavating without first notifying the Regional 1 call center. Please state whether you agree that the violation occurred. In doing so, please list the facts you relied upon to make your determinations. Members who would like to begin the deliberation?
Member Bianchini, I would like to. And thank you, Mr. Cleaver. I can't even remember what I had for breakfast yesterday, but you're going back about 2 years. That's amazing. Under under the case he brought up and Randy's scenario here, and every time a contractor does a violation, we do not cite each and every one of their employees. And in this case, if we were calling her as the person that was responsible for the excavation, then Miguel, by arm's length, was her employee and was not necessarily responsible for the decision whether to call or not to call. So just to keep the lines proper here, we've cited her. Therefore, she was the lead in having to have done that, and all he was her employee by extension, is what we said. So, no, I don't think he's guilty.
I like to make a case that Miguel is responsible. I know he didn't know much about the law. Well, he probably does know we have a lot of laws in the States. And if you look at the one picture of where the sign was put in, that's a placard. That's a warning sign that looks to me, if I had to guess, just a few feet away, maybe 50 feet away. He has an obligation to walk this site, and even if he doesn't understand what that is, take a photograph of that, send it to his sister and say, hey, what's this say, or what is this? Is this important at all? I mean, that's the purpose of this sign, is to let anybody know out here, hey, we have lines in the area. So there was a visible sign that, again, she wasn't there. Yes, she paid her employee, and he had an obligation to get some information back. And I think he would learn from the one-call training, or from the training that we're going to give him, just how important it is to be more vigilant.
Additional comments?
And Member Johns, we can, I think, recognize excavators to be more than just one per job. We can't, not necessarily just one person is ultimately responsible. There are other people out there. So in a scenario of a foreman and a superintendent on a job site can both be violating it, I think that's feasible. And I think in this case, both parties are equally guilty of violating the intent of the 811 law.
For those of you who find that a violation did occur, please state whether you agree with the proposed sanction, and the proposed sanction is the education piece again. In doing so, please list the provisions of Section 4201 of Title 19 of the California Code of Regulations that you're using as the basis of your determination and facts you relied upon. Please also state what you believe to be the appropriate sanctions. Members who would like to continue the deliberation. So as I stated in the last one, I feel the same way about this one. The image is very clear. There were 3 posts. It's so close to really catastrophic events, and yet when asked multiple times, it was stated that there were only 2 posts. So I tend not, like, if Miguel would have said, hey, I put 3 posts in, I cemented them, I did all this, I didn't know, very honest. This is, again, 2 posts, multiple questions, multiple times, said the same thing. So, again, I'm looking at the 4201A2 of 19 CCR.
Madam Chair, my only concern with this one is that he was given instructions to do something, but doesn't mean that if you put your life in danger, or you're doing something that you know is not right, even if you don't know, ignorance. In this case, I still think that he is more likely to be held accountable and responsible just as much as she is in this case.
Member Voss, I concur that he needs to be held accountable as well, to the point that was made that the petroleum sign wasn't too far away from the railroad tracks or the sign where it was placed, give an indication there was something going on.
Seeing no further deliberation, I'll go ahead and proceed with accepting a motion.
Member Voss, I move to find that Miguel Delgado violated Government Code 42116.2B and with benefit by taking the board's education course.
Do I get a second on that?
Member Johns, I'll second.
All right, seeing that a motion was made by Member Voss and a second was made by Member Johns, I'll go ahead and call for a vote. Secretary, can you please call roll?
Bianchini?
No.
Charland?
Yes.
Johns?
Yes.
Johnson?
Yes.
Munoz?
Yes.
Voss?
Yes.
All right, motion carries. Item 6, decision on NOPV to Kinder Morgan investigation C221950004. The next item before us is an action item on the decision on NOPV to Kinder Morgan. It's on the same investigation. Does any member need to excuse themselves for consideration of this item? So seeing that there's no recusals, we'll go ahead and proceed. The notice cited Kinder Morgan for violating Government Code 42162B, excavating without first notifying the Regional 1 call center. The NOPV proposed that Kinder Morgan be required to take our education course. Kinder Morgan has not responded to the NOPV. Kinder Morgan is under the enforcement jurisdiction of CAL FIRE's Office of the State Fire Marshal, Pipeline Safety Division. Our decision is whether to make a recommendation to CAL FIRE's Office of the State Fire Marshal, Pipeline Safety Division. We will now proceed to public comments on this item. If you'd like to make a comment, please come to the microphone. For those on the webinar, press the raise hand button or the #2 to enter the queue. We'll go ahead and start with in-person comments.
Good afternoon. James Wingate, Underground Service Alert of Northern California, Nevada. I am not a pipeline expert, but I think it might be worth noting that other states have laws that allow pipeline operators, including gas distribution systems, to probe for gas leaks with those metal bars, and they're specifically exempted in the law, Utah being one. So just as a point of reference, that's common practice when they come to check for gas leaks, and others can speak to this with expertise that I can't, but just FYI, that is something that I think should be aware that that's common practice across the nation, and at least one other state has it in the law to not have that have it require a ticket. Thank you.
Are there additional public comments?
Hi, Steve Cleaver with PG&E again. For this particular case, having the operator be required to get its own USA ticket, which then would require the waiting of 2 days to investigate a potential damage to their pipeline through the activity that was happening here. I don't believe that follows the logic of the intent of the requirement to get a USA ticket. I do believe that while it may take a little bit of creativity to evaluate whether or not this applies as an emergency, it's a sudden, unexpected occurrence. The discovery of this in proximity to their pipeline, demanding immediate action to mitigate the loss of or damage to public property or life. And in this case, investigating potential damage to or knowing how close potential damage is to a pipeline that's in the area, especially petroleum or another pipeline under pressure, I believe would apply for a potential emergency and the need to investigate immediately. So just thinking about the unintended consequences of saying anytime that you go to investigate potential damage to your pipeline or separation between the excavation activity that was taking place and the pipeline for confidence level that this is something that can wait. We don't need to scramble a crew to get out here immediately to begin excavating and resolve this. I believe it would potentially have unintended consequences, and I just want that to be evaluated as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any webinar comments?
Yes, we have a comment from Ian Veneris.
Go ahead and proceed with your comments.
Ian, if you're speaking, we can't hear you.
Were they able to unmute themselves?
They were not. They have put their hands down.
Okay. Are there any other webinar comments?
There are no other comments in the webinar.
All right. Seeing there's no more in-person or webinar comments, we'll go ahead and turn over to members of the board. So first, we need to decide if violation occurred. If we determine that the respondent committed the violations, we will then determine if the proposed sanction is appropriate. I ask that we deliberate on the proposed violation of Government Code 4216-2B, excavating without first notifying the Regional 1 call center. Please state whether you agree that the violation occurred. In doing so, please list the facts you relied upon to make your determination. Members, who would like to begin the deliberations?
Madam Chair. I do believe there was a violation, but it's a little gray area. I agree totally with Mr. Cleaver and Mr. Wingate, because not just for gas and pipeline, it's true in all subsurface facilities, particularly if you see something that could be possibly a hazard and your facilities are in danger. So maybe it wasn't an emergency in this case, but who's to know if it was or not? And I don't know how they acted, if it's based on emergency or not, but they saw some evidence that their particular pipeline was in jeopardy and that there was something dug around it or excavated. Not knowing, you want to definitely go in and investigate, and then you don't have 2 days to sit there and wait for it. And if it's indeed to expose it, to see, to make sure that it's okay, protected, and there's no damage to your infrastructure, you should be fine to go forward. Most cities, permitting agencies do allow the utilities or operators to move forward in cases where they feel that there is damage to their facilities. So I don't feel that there is a violation, but it's a gray area in terms of the sense of urgency and safety.
Member Charlin. So I don't believe a violation took place, and I do believe it was an emergency situation. When you see this line rider, one of the responsibilities of a line rider when I did it was you get tickets, and you're going to go to those tickets and mark it. You don't jump on the freeway and lie down and go to your ticket. You run the line rider. And the purpose of that is, do I see any construction going on? Can I prevent a damage to this line because it's so vital? This is a high petroleum line. It's very vital. He was running the line, and when he found an area that had this sign put in, had poles that were dug, his job was now an emergency because he had to find out, did it hit my line? Does it have a slow leak? What are the extent of this? Was it done with an auger? And I believe he was very cautious to probe right around the base of the pole, and he found that it was 18 inches and it had concrete. Now, if he learned, wow, this thing is huge, they're using an auger, where else on my line are they putting in these billboards, and my line's running around along the highway? So he'd probably get information out to everybody. Hey, we got to get more people out here. We have one. Is there more? Is somebody in the act of putting it in right now? On the other side is 18 inches. I think is very reasonable. If you do locating, you're provided a 6-inch stake just to perform locating, and you have to push that down into the ground. If it's a dry soil, it's not moist enough, guess what? They sell an 18-inch stake. And you take that 18-inch stake and you drive that into the ground and hook our locating equipment on. So we're using something that does go down 18 inches just to perform a locate. And it's a metal, just like the probe that we push down on the ground, just to be able to locate.
Member Voss here. I thought it was interesting too that here you had the company that spotted a potential damage situation here with signs being put up and an unauthorized dig, and then here we are judging on whether they needed to get a ticket. And it was pretty apparent from the interview, and I'll just take it out of the interview that did you call a ticket before probing? And it says, I started probing the first day. I saw the sign to see how in-depth and profound their line was, and at one point he hit the cement. It's the same process whether they have a ticket or not. And he says, well, did you call in a ticket before probing? And he says, no ticket was called in before probing. That is a normal process. I don't remember how deep it was. That is a normal process without calling or calling a ticket either way. So the line rider who's been doing this for, a number of years, I think 14, was pretty much doing what he's been doing all that time. So I'm glad that we had some members of our audience mention that there may be some underlying regulations out there that we're not aware of. But it did seem strange to me that the owner of that pipeline couldn't probe his line.
Member Johns, this isn't not an endorsement of a blanket acceptance of utility owners to go probe their lines, but in this particular case, it was a response, like we've brought up, to a potential issue that could be an emergency with their facility, and the line rider did discover it. I think to add to what has been mentioned is that they are liquid pipelines under the jurisdiction of the state fire marshal, that their operators have to be what's called operator qualified OQ, and same thing goes for hazardous other gas and others. So in this particular case, somebody has to do it, and they are trained, and I don't see anything that he did that violated that trust. And I was also just, as Member Charlin said, even the other locators go out and they put their probes down in the ground, and there are violations, and there's these gray areas. But the fact that these people are qualified and understand it, I think that I would waive it in this case to say that he didn't violate anything because he's doing what needs to be done.
So I guess for further discussion, I'd like to hear the board's opinion on if this complies with an emergency situation. And when you're discussing an emergency situation, 4216 F1 says, emergency means a sudden unexpected occurrence involving a clear and imminent danger, demanding immediate action to prevent or mitigate loss of or damage to life, health, property, or essential public services. All the regulations, including 4216-2B, say except in an emergency, you must do these things. So I'd like to hear some discussion on, do we define this as an emergency?
Member Bianchini, I believe that's what Mr. Sneed was trying to do, is determine whether you had an emergency or not by how close the post was to the pipeline, and then take action from there. So he didn't know, and he had to perform a task in order to make sure that his pipeline wasn't hurt, and if it was hit, I'm sure we would be reading a much different report.
Yeah, Madam Chair. Yeah, something like negligence. If he failed to say, okay, I saw something there, I'll wait to 2 days, and then in the meantime, what happens if something happened in those 2 days? Then that company could be held for negligence. So I think he did the right thing.
So we have discussed the violation. I'm not sure how we are sounding so far. Can we split it up? Looking for council's advice. Can we split this up and decide if we feel that there's a violation before we proceed to sanction, or do we have to do them both together?
No, first you're supposed to find if there is a violation.
All right. So let's just take a around the table discussion, or like a quick vote. I'll start with Johnson. If you guys could let me know if you think there's a violation here on this case or not.
Based on the definition of 4216, it's a violation.
Member Bianchini, I don't believe that was a violation.
And Johns, no, I don't believe there's a violation.
Member Trellin?
I don't believe it was violation, imminent emergency.
Member Voss here, I don't believe it's a violation either.
And I'm going to say that there's a gray area. I'm going to agree that because we are determining if there was an emergency or not, there was an opportunity to call the call center regardless and let them know that there was a suspected issue. And in that case, then they could have proceeded with probing and investigating. But at that point, there wasn't any notification to the regional center to let them know that there could have been an issue. So I'm going to say that this is a violation, but it seems like we have 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. It's even. So we're going to go ahead and continue on to see if 4. So yes, no, yes, no. Okay, so just you and I. Okay, so since we're seeing that there's no violation, we're going to go ahead and say that there's no violation.
You're going to want to take a vote on that.
Yeah, so now we'll officially do a roll call. Did you want to say something, Member Voss?
I think we ought to put this down on item 10 at some point.
So item 10, determining very specifically what's an emergency.
So do we need a motion?
Yeah, I think we just need a motion.
Okay. Member Voss here. I move to find that Kinder Morgan did not violate Government Code 4216.2B.
Member Bianchini, I'll second that.
All right. I have a motion that Kinder Morgan was not in violation made by Member Voss with a second by Member Bianchini. Secretary, can you please take the roll call?
Bianchini?
Yay.
Charlin?
Are we saying yay, that there was no violation?
Yes,
Yeah.
that was the motion, was no violation.
Yeah.
John?
Oh, yes.
Johnson?
No.
No.
Voss?
Yes.
The motion carries that Kinder Morgan is not in violation of the said regulation. All right. Now we're going to move on to item 7, the decision on NOPV to USA Construction Investigation CAS 01491 J2 J3 Q4. Does any member need to excuse themselves from considering this item? No. Seeing that there are no recusals, we'll proceed. The notice cited USA Construction for violating Government Code 42162B, excavating without first notifying the Regional 1 call center, and Government Code 42164 C3. Failure to report damage to the Regional 1 call center within 48 hours of discovering the damage. The NOPV proposes that USA Construction be required to take our education course and pay a financial penalty in an amount to be determined by the board. USA Construction has responded to the NOPV and has contested in writing both violations and the penalty. USA Construction is under the enforcement jurisdiction of Contractor State License Board, CSLB. Our decision is whether to make a recommendation to CSLB. We'll go ahead and proceed with public comments. Those of you who'd like to make a public comment regarding this investigation, please step forward to the microphone. Seeing that there are none, are there any web comments?
Currently, there are no hands raised for comment.
All right. We'll go ahead and turn now to members of the board. We'll first need to determine if the violation occurred. If we determine that the respondent committed the violation, we will then determine if the proposed sanction is appropriate. So I ask again that we deliberate separately. First, we're going to determine if there was a violation. Government Code 42162B, excavating without first notifying the Regional 1 call center. Please state whether you agree that the violation occurred. In doing so, please list the facts you relied upon to make your determination. So who would like to begin the first part of the violations?
Member Johns, there was no ticket prior to the work proceedings, so I say that's a violation.
Member Bianchini, I concur. There's, the irony in this is USA Underground Services Alert Contract Construction, but, he's done this before. He says he's got his employee out there, and his employee should have known better, and I look at his license, he doesn't even have any workers' compensation insurance. This guy's a rogue.
All right, sounds like we agree that 42162B was a violation. Is there any other discussion to the contrary? Seeing that there isn't any contrary discussion, let's move on to 42164C3, failure to report damage to the Regional 1 call center within 48 hours of the discovery of the damage. Again, let's go ahead and deliberate on this. Let's discuss if you agree that there was a violation, and if so, please comment with the facts that you're relying on to make your determination.
Member Bianchini, I believe there was a violation of damage, and that the saw that he tried to cut the gas line with burned up in the trench with everything else, and he's lucky that his employee got out of there ahead of time.
Member Voss there. I mean, it is clear that owner Sean Rubin makes up his own rules and statements so as to not take responsibility for himself or his employee in regard to this accident, and it seems like he's had similar circumstances in the past. And his failure to respond to investigator Alcantar to finalize the investigation is another strike against him in my book.
And Member Johns, there were a lot of inconsistencies with practicing as a contractor in that situation where there was, in fact, damage occurred. And notification was not there. It did present an emergency. There were all kinds of signs cited as damage occurred. They acknowledged there was hissing of the line, ultimately a fire. Did not see any records of I believe it was Mr. Rubin calling, making a response and a call. Certainly he didn't make a call, and what we're judging right now is if he contacted the one call system. We know he did not at the time, and but in this particular case, what we're here for is for the safety of the public and everybody, and this is really what it's all about. If you're creating a situation that endangered people in the apartments, the public, properties, this is what it's about, and he certainly didn't respond in the manner that a contractor should and what the laws require.
Member Bianchini, I want to apologize to Mr. Wingate and Ms. Diamond. I know there's no affiliation with this at all.
Madam Chair, I have another question for you. Did I hear correctly that he is contesting these violations?
Yes, he went ahead and sent a letter in stating that he is contesting both violations, and the letter's in the packet. And I'll just summarize. He said that he didn't need a ticket, or he didn't know he needed a ticket, and the next one is he didn't do it willfully.
Based on my review of the interview, I would disagree with that.
So it sounds like we're in agreement that we have alignment that there's a violation of 42162B and 42164C3. The first being to notify the regional center before digging, before excavation, and the second to report when there is damage within 48 hours. Now that we've discussed that we're in alignment, that there was a violation, we need to decide if we are in alignment with, or we need to first discuss the two sanctions presented. The first sanction is education. So let's start with that. Are we in alignment? Oh.
Before you go to sanctions, you should vote on the violation.
Okay.
Or both of the violations.
All right. So we're in alignment that there is a violation, or if so, I would like to entertain a motion.
Member Voss here. I move to find that USA Construction violated Government Code 4216.2B and would benefit by taking the board's education course. We recommend that this recommendation be referred to the California Contractor State License Board, who has authority over USA Construction.
So I think,
I will make a second to the violation itself on there, because I think we're doing that first before the penalty portion of it.
so let's go back and let's make sure that the motion is clear that we're just going to agree if there's a violation of 4216 2B and 4216 4C3. So if I can get a motion for a violation of those two.
Member Bianchini, I'll make a motion that USA Construction violated 4216 2B, excavating without calling the Regional One Call Center, and again on 4216.4C3 that he failed to report it after he broke the line.
All right, so there's the motion on the floor. Do I have a second?
Excuse me? Make sure when you're getting responses, you get a response for each question. Since you combined your motion.
Yes.
Member Johns, I will second both motions there for the 4216.2B and also the 4216.4C3.
So I have a motion on the floor that we are making a recommendation that we find USA Construction in violation of 4216.2B and 4216 4C3. Secretary, can you please take roll?
Bianchini?
Yes and yes.
Garland?
Yes and yes.
Johns?
Yes, yes.
Johnson?
Yes and yes.
Munoz?
Yes and yes.
Voss?
Yes and yes.
Motion carries. So now that we've determined that we are finding a violation, we needed to discuss the sanctions. So there's two proposed sanctions that the letter, our staff has made recommendations. The first is education, and the second is penalty. If we decide to proceed with the avenue of penalty and education, we need to first determine if we're going to do the education solely. And if we do education and penalty, we need to determine the financial quantity of penalty. So before we go down that path, I think we need to go back again to discuss if the sanctions are reasonable. So I'll give you guys a minute to think about if we're just going to do education and enforcement with penalty, going back to 4201 of Title 19 of the California Code, and that code allows us to consider the following. We should be considering if there was willful, the intent, so I'll read it to you, so we're all in the appropriate sanctions. If the board finds that there's a violation, the sanction can be discussed. We can determine to consider whether to assess a sanction for a violation of the act or of the division, and if so, what is the appropriate sanction. We can assess the type of violation, its gravity or risk or actual injury, death, or environment property damage. Degree of culpability, which may be measured in part by whether there were intervening acts of omission by other persons, the respondent's history of violation, respondent's history of work conducted without violations, efforts taken by the respondent to prevent the violation once the violation occurred, efforts taken to mitigate the safety consequences of the violation. We must also consider evidence that is relevant to any of the following matters. Respondent voluntarily notified the One Call Center, board, or jurisdictional agency, 19 CCR 4201B1. They cooperated with the state agencies during the investigation. There was an appropriateness of the sanction to the size of the business of the respondent, including any efforts on the respondent's ability to continue to do business. The economic benefit gained from the violation without any reduction because of subsequent cost. Respondent had received one or more information letters from a board investigator. Other factors in consideration, so we can review other things for there may be corrective actions granted instead of monetary penalty. So again, we're being asked, the staff is recommending that we consider both. We can also consider if the respondent is willing and able to comply with an order for corrective action. respondent voluntarily notified the one call center, cooperation with the state agencies during the investigation, violation did not cause death or substantial injury, environmental property damage, or pose a significant risk of death, respondent did not act willfully or knowingly, which includes recklessly, and the respondent did not have a history of similar or same style violations. If the respondent has a history of engaging in excavation or excavation-related work, the respondent has a history of conducting this work without a history of the same violation. The respondent took immediate action upon discovering to mitigate the safety consequences of the violation and other factors we can consider. So I'm just reading to you what the law says. So these are the things that we can consider when developing sanctions, since staff is actually recommending something a little different than just education. So I'd like to turn this over for discussion. Let's discuss if we, first let's just break it up. Let's start with the most, let's start with financial penalty. Do we believe that based on what I read to you from 19 CCR 4201, that the respondent should have sanctions that include financial penalty?
Member Johns here. I think we need to divide it up into two. One was for violated not notifying Regional 1 call. Personally, I think we could say that would be cause for education, and then address the other violation, maybe with other sanctions.
I like that. Let's do that then. So let's do the first one, which is they didn't call the regional center. Would we like to discuss Member John's recommendation that for education be appropriate for that as a sanction for that violation?
Member Voss here. In my opinion, in both cases, in both violations, both of them require education first and foremost. So he's got to go take the course and get familiar with what he's responsible to do. The financial penalty, in my opinion, can, if we all agree that's an order based on the violation, that can apply to the whole thing as a whole. And that was kind of the way I was approaching it.
Member Bianchini, I concur with the fact that on a non-notification of the one call center, that he should have to take our class. I kind of have a different opinion, being as how he's a licensed contractor, and he willfully did not call with the incident, and the gas line, and his person intentionally cut that to get it out of its way, not knowing it was a live system. My recommendation would be a contractor have his license suspended until he does take a class.
So I think Member Jones had a good suggestion. Let's go through 4216-2B first and see if we would like to impose the sanction of completing our education course. Let's just split that up. So I would like to entertain a motion from one of you to align perhaps the sanction against 4216-2B first.
Are you looking for a motion?
Go ahead.
So, Member Johns, I make the motion that we, entertain the having the education apply to the violation associated with 4216-2B, excavating without first notifying the one call center.
Madam Chair, I'll second that.
All right, I have a motion on the floor from Member Johns to hold USA Construction in violation of 4216-2B with sanctions of education, seconded by Member Johnson. Secretary, will you please take roll?
Bianchini?
Yes.
Jarland?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Johnson?
Yes.
Munoz?
Yes.
Voss?
Yes.
Motion carries. So now we need to consider 42164C3, which is failure to report damage to the Regional 1 call center within 48 hours of discovery of the damage. And we need to really go back again and consider this when we are considering sanctions against Section 4201 of Title 19 of the California Code, which I kind of summarized, which allows us to consider they're notifying the one call center when something occurs, taking safety measures to prevent further escalation, not knowingly and willfully doing something that would cause damage, again, being open with the investigation. All those things are part of that in which we can determine the gravity of our sanctions. So who would like to begin the discussion?
Member Voss here. I still concur that even this section of the code, 4216.4C3, failure to report damage to the regional one call center, still is an education item at this level. I think for the where they acted not in good faith was when they cut the line and told a few fibs there about what had happened and didn't reach out, and it didn't sound like they made the contact to 911 either.
Member Munoz, Chair Munoz. I think we've kind of discussed some of these over the years, and this one, it was pretty egregious with some of the things that hit me when it comes to ensuring that Section 4201 of Title 19, that we consider these sanctions, is some of the things that were stated, like Sharon Rubin stated there was no way he could miss the line because it was only 3 inches and not 18 inches deep. So not really taking responsibility. Again, that, is inevitable. Going to Home Depot immediately after the strike, having another entity, SoCalGas, seemed to have called in 911, not engaging in the investigation, kind of putting all the blame on the employee. The employee looked like they told the truth, that they're not really sure, but look, it's on fire and all their equipment burned up. So it just, to me, it seems like there should be some sort of financial sanction in addition to the education, because this goes beyond. Accidents happen, but this was going to Home Depot when, the 23 units are called out to a fire, putting the fire out, the whole apartment complex was vacated. That's pretty horrible. And as a responsible contractor, you don't walk away. You don't put lives in danger and just say, I'm out. I got to go to Home Depot right now. So to me, this is unacceptable. Everybody's very fortunate this didn't go sideways, because this really could have gone horrifically for everybody on that day. Any other further discussions?
Member Voss, again, I think that he does need a financial penalty, and I don't know that I have a number totally in my mind, but it's coming up 1,000, 5,000, or 10. That's what's coming into my mind.
Well, had the apartment complex burned down, it would have been a much higher fine than that, and responsibility. Member Bianchini, whatever fine this board decides to request the license board enact, I would encourage them to add anything more within their purview to this gentleman as well. This seems to be a habitual problem.
So as a reminder, we're making our recommendations to the Contract and License Board. We can decide any of those facts. So I'm not sure if we're all in alignment yet that we would like to impose sanctions. So I kind of would like to hear financial sanctions. I'd like to hear from everyone's voice. It sounds like there's 2 voices, 3 voices. I'd like to hear what everyone thinks.
Chair, my concern is that I like the suggestion of the recommendation about the state contracted board to determine the financial impact. Because just take out the gravity of the issue, situation. There's a lot of us who don't call, they could just report it damage, right? So again, unless we set some standards around that requirement, softening the laws a little bit. I think right now, the start, which is probably the first one, I'm not sure, but see what the state contractor would do in terms of the amount. And I do agree that there should be some financial impact, but it should be allocated by contractors.
And Member Johns, citing 4216.6 and the penalties, A1. A1, an operator or excavator who negligently violates this article, subject to a civil penalty in the amount not to exceed $10,000. It has been mentioned. This excavator deliberately cut the line. There is more penalties, for negligently violating. I don't think we can really determine what his intents were, but I think the $10,000 number for in this case is appropriate for this particular case.
So I think there was a question from Member Johnson. So it says, pursuant to Government Code Section 4216.6, violation of Government Code Section 4216 by an operator excavator may be subject to a maximum penalty of $10,000 for negligent violation, or $50,000 for knowing and willful violation. Knowing and willful violation of Article 2 that results in damage to a gas or hazardous liquid pipeline surface installation, and that results in the escape of any flammable, toxic, or corrosive gas or liquid may be subject to a maximum penalty of $100,000. So, we make our recommendations to CLD. But is there any additional guidance that you want to give from council?
If you go above your 10,000 line and you start getting into those others, just make sure you document well why you're going there.
Okay. So, again, we are going to make, if we decide to do this, the board can determine what that would look like, and given council's guidance, we would need to identify specifically what's cause for the 10,000, 50,000, 100,000 ranges. So I think we have discussion right now from Member John saying that 10,000, and he was aligning that to the negligent violation or willful violation, right, is what you were saying. So using that framework, how would we frame financial penalties?
In the framing of the financial penalties, it's clear from the investigation that they had the gas line fully exposed. So they knew that they had some sort of a pipeline there, and instead of calling and asking for now a USA Response or somebody, No Mark or whatever else, they just proceeded to cut the line. I mean, if that's not the definition of a willful act, I'm not exactly sure it was, because you didn't cut it with your Mannix that he had there or a shovel. He exposed it, and it was in his way, in his trench.
Yes, and there was some discussion that they were stating that they thought it was abandoned because, for whatever reason. So from their own explanation, they made assumptions that were not in alignment with what's required of them. So if that's the case, are we in agreement that a financial sanction should be imposed on them?
Member Voss, no question in my mind that we need to make a recommendation to the California Licensed Contractor Board.
I concur, yes.
Okay, so here's the in alignment. Where do we see this? So again, if we're looking at the 10,000 for negligent violation, 50,000 for knowing and willful violation, and the highest one is the $100,000 for any escape of flammable, toxic, corrosive gas or liquid.
I think that our motion should give the gravity of the situation to the fact that he didn't notify the one-call center per the law, and then suggest to the CLB that they add on anything else for any willfulness or imposed portion of 4216 that they feel is correct.
So, counsel, do we make the financial, do we make the monetary amount, or do we open it up to them that we support?
You should do both.
Okay. All right, so then we need to determine, based on those ranges, which range do we feel that it falls in, and then we need to determine the financial sanction in accordance to the Act, in accordance to what we're allowed to do in Section 4201 of that Title 19, which gives us the ability to look at the whole case and decide where there was willful, where there was lack of cooperation with the investigation, if there was response in a timely manner to prevent life and property damage. Those are the kind of things that we need to consider when putting together this recommendation for financial penalties.
Member Bianchini, I think if this gentleman would have been a little bit more concerned and apologetic for the people in the apartment complex, for the firemen, the 23 trucks that had to roll there and everything else, instead of coming back and say, no, I didn't necessarily have to notify anybody, and we did have it exposed and so forth. My suggestion would be $10,000.
And Member Johns, just as we address the California Licensing Board, Contractor Licensing Board, that we seek the maximum for negligent act, but I think we stipulate that we don't know his intent, and going beyond that to his intent, that we're not addressing that, but I wouldn't want to limit it to that. So we're just saying that we're saying they violated with negligence, and we'll leave it at that.
So just to align it to what the violation that we're connecting it to is, we're connecting it to 4216-4C3, which is failure to report damage to the Regional 1 call center within 48 hours of discovery of the damage. So we need to determine if that was negligent, that they just forgot to call or didn't call, or if that was willful. So what do you guys think? And again, that's the max, but we can make a recommendation of a different value. That's the max that it can be, but we just need to decide the full gambit. Member
Bianchini, since he has decided that it wasn't necessary for him to call in the first place, the 4216 2B, then I believe that there is an act of negligence to then say that, well, I didn't have to call in the first place, and I shouldn't have had to call and notify anybody of the damage. That's willful. I mean, it's willful and ignorant.
Okay. So it sounds like we're looking at $10,000, but beyond just negligent violation, we're looking at knowing and willful violation rather than just negligent. Negligent would be I just, didn't know or whatever, but it sounds like when you were on a Home Depot run when there's a bunch of fire trucks, you're kind of out of the way.
And I believe our motion should encompass that we ask the State License Board to investigate it further and concur with what we believe and add on any other additional penalties, including suspension, if necessary.
Counsel, are we able to recommend that? I'm actually not sure. First of all, they have that ability to totally ignore what you send to them.
Yeah.
And they have the ability to investigate further, so they don't need your permission to do that. But exactly what you can put in your letter, I'm not sure.
We're just requesting that they investigate it further and decide.
Right. It sounds like something you can do, and if we can, we will. But I can't give you a definitive answer right now. You're probably allowed to.
Member Bianchini, if we're all in alignment, I would like to entertain such a motion.
Okay, Member Bianchini, I'll make a motion that we find this defendant, USA Construction, guilty and negligently responsible for 4216.4C3 of not reporting the damage to the one call center, and then willfully leaving the scene and continuing to deny his responsibility to do so, and request that the state license board, in looking at our fine of $10,000 for the negligence portion of it, have them look at the willful and the gas line portion of it, and also add any additional penalties and or suspensions that they would concur with.
That was a very long motion. Can I get a second on that?
I just wrote it for you.
I'll second it.
All right. Secretary, it looks like we have a very long motion on the table. Do you have it all down, or do we need to repeat anything?
Let's see, so, violation of 4C3, with negligence, with a $10,000 fine, and then for the CSLB to look at, the willfully leaving the scene and add additional, violations, if they find that. Is that correct?
Increased investigations and potentially suspension of license.
Let's see, so, and investigation
Further investigation, yes.
and suspension of license. Is that correct?
Yes. Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right. Secretary, would please take roll.
Bianchini?
Yes.
Charland?
Yes.
Johns?
Yes.
Johnson?
Yes.
Munoz?
Yes.
Foss?
Yes.
Motion carries. All right. It looks like we are at a good place to take a small 10-minute recess. I will see you guys back here at 2:51. So go ahead and make sure your mics are muted, and we'll take a small 10-minute break.
I'm glad you read that too, because
All right, we're going to come back from our break. Whoa, that's really loud. Okay, we're going to come back from our break, and we're going to start up with item number 8, which is informational item from the One Call Center. Let's see. The next item on that agenda is a One Call Center update from Dig Alert and USA North. Ms. Diamond and Mr. Wingate, who would like to present? All right, Ms. Diamond, you're up first. We will now proceed to public comments on this item. If you would like to make it, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right. At the January meeting, you guys asked that we start USA North and Dig Alert provide the same information, and as such, we have done that with ticket data and other things. So on page 2, speaking first about the ticket data for Dig Alert, despite the record rains in January and February, we had a 7% increase over 2022. I can tell you March kind of killed us, and we're basically flat. However, April is looking better. USA North's ticket volume is down 29.5% through March. They've been told by large excavators and large utility operators that it's primarily due to the weather, but also some excavators are having problems staffing. They have had the work, just not enough manpower to do the work. Renewals at USA North are down 50%. In 2023 through March versus 2022. And that's attributed to many renewals being dropped during the cutover to the new ticket system. So page 3 is a bit more on the ticket volume. Average, page 4. The average ticket delivery time for USA North was high in January due to some ticket management system vendors having problems, which delayed tickets over a 3-day period, January 10th through 12th, for dozens of member operators. But as you see in February, it came back down to about 38 seconds. Next page. On the tickets created versus call or online, Dig Alert's percentage of tickets done online is running at 75%. Our call volume is down, but our web and online volume is up. Next page. USA North calls answered is for both California and Nevada. They don't have a way to separate the calls by state. Tickets created they can separate, but not the actual phone calls themselves. So their data is both California and Nevada. Okay, the call data monthly. It's been said many times before, but as more users use the web to input tickets, the harder locations, those who are new to the process, and homeowners who need extra help, that talk time is going to increase for both USA North and USA South. Our average speed of answer is well below the Dig Alert board time of 1 minute. USA North's speed of answer, and it has been high due to the increased call durations, just like what I stated just a moment ago. It will come down as USA North staff and excavators gain proficiency with their new ticket system. Okay. Dig Alert's ticket type data. Dig Alert's new tickets are down, which unfortunately is our revenue generating for both Dig Alert and the Underground Safety Board. We're going to chalk it up to weather at this point because our renewals are up 21%. I think excavators are wanting to keep their tickets valid once the rain ends. Also in your packet is a breakdown of USA North ticket type data. I'm going to skip the next pages because those are pretty self-explanatory. If we go to slide 15, which is the response times. We still have many users who are not responding through EPR. But as American inventor Charles Kettering said, the world hates change, yet it's the only thing that has brought progress. And if history is any indication, it will take some time for everyone to truly adopt EPR. We're always working on trying to get more and more people to do it, but don't know how to get them to actually do that. And that's it for the center's data. If the board has any questions.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Diamond. I think at this point we'll go ahead and proceed with public comments on this item. Does everyone have a packet first? Did everyone pick up a packet and got a chance to review it? And we can
one thing, Madam Chair, there are another two presentations, small presentations, and maybe it's good to get all of those out before public comment.
Together? Okay, let's do that then. Sorry about that. Let's do all of the presentations. So does that mean it's Mr. Wingate's turn? Are you guys taking turns?
Not yet. I'm going to do my center notifications, and then he will do his.
Okay.
All right. Now, this is specifically just for Dig Alert, since the other one is kind of both centers. Our technology update. Our new mapping interface has been implemented to our customer service reps, and soon it will be available for our Dig Alert Direct members. And this mapping is truly just an interface. It is not maps of our members' lines. All right. Our outreach updates. Our 2023 monthly underground safety awareness webinars are available for registration on the Dig Alert website. It's the second Thursday of every month from 7:30 to 9 a.m. In advertising, they talk about how many impressions something gets. Since we ship out our free promo items, we created Dig Alert packing tape. We expect to have lots of impressions as it goes through UPS or FedEx systems. Dig Alert also has a couple of new promo items, our new lanyard and our new koozies. And our sprint car sponsorship that I showed the board last year, it's ongoing, and our driver and his team deck themselves out in Dig Alert gear. And finally, I should have started with this page first, happy National Safe Digging Month because it is April. We have started sending out our new agreements and bylaws and operating procedures to our members. And then our annual membership and board meeting is coming up on April 19th. In our request of new agreements, bylaws, and operating procedures, we are now asking our members to provide their EINs. And that's it for the Dig Alert presentation.
making sure we're still afternoon. Good afternoon, James Wingate, USA North 811. Ms. Diamond just reported the stats. We decided we would do that back and forth so as to not have us, and here's our call volume, and here's our call volume, but to keep that a little, but since you'll be hearing from me a lot today, we thought she'd go first this time. As far as the other updates go that are non-statistical, if you can, who's driving? Is that Anona? Oh, Jeff, we put up ours. Thank you. Thank you. On the next slide, we have, from a technology perspective, the most recent news, as you know, we cut over to our new ticket system on December 16th. That included launching a mobile app. At the time of cutover, the only functionality it had was to be able to create new tickets. Since then, it has had functionality expanded to now you can do secondary actions on those tickets. So the remark, cancel, renew, et cetera. So that functionality is now available. That's a big deal for us. It's also native apps for iOS and Android, not through a web browser. On the next page, we'll talk about our marketing. We have had 2 large events at the first quarter of the year. The biggest one is the World Ag Expo. If you're not familiar with that, it's near Tulare. That is the largest agricultural trade show in the world. They had 108,000 people attend, and we did a booth down there, and I take 0 credit for it personally, but Ryan and Colin, our marketing and education director, they put that together, and you can see some of the pictures. We had multiple news anchors come do a little segment for the morning show. You can see the guy on the left, bottom left in the dark, and then in the middle, one at our truck in the background, we gave away those foam cowboy hats with 811 emblazoned on the front. And then on the right, that's another reporter and cameraman at the booth. And then you can see this show is enormous. It's a huge market for us, especially where we're trying to target ag. So 108,000 people, we're pretty proud of that. The second page is another, or the next slide, excuse me, is a few more pictures of that. We tried to do it strategically. So when you have hundreds of exhibitors, how are you going to attract people to come to your booth? So what we did was a giant cornhole game with an air cannon that shoots beanbags, and you can see the cannon says, "Look out below, call 811." So we tried to have a little fun with it. But as they're waiting in line, as you can see in the top left, as they hit these different booths or under the canopies, that's where we have staff to talk to them and educate them while they're standing in line and tell them about the process. It's not just a come play cornhole and leave. So we try to instill that education. And you can see the sign on the left side of that slide there was targeted for ag as part of our agriculture education campaign that says it took years to make it a farm. It takes one call to keep it safe. So that's part of our outreach there, and got some first responders in the bottom right. So anyway, we think the booth was a great success. It's been a big hit every year. We try to, next year actually, never mind. I'm not going to give away what we have in mind for next year, but we have an idea to keep it from getting stale and just keep upping the ante, because we've got these giant, farm combine machinery and all kinds of stuff around. It's hard to compete to get people to come over, but our kudos to our marketing team for doing an amazing job on that. And the next slide is another large event that was hosted in Las Vegas, but this is the Con Expo / Con Ag, which is a show that's only held every 3 years, and they bill it as the largest construction show in North America as far as equipment manufacturers and so forth, and they claim 139,000 attendees attended this year. And this one, we didn't have our own booth, but we partnered it with CGA, Common Ground Alliance, but we had a couple of our people there to help staff the booth, along with the picture on the bottom left. That's our marketing and education director in the middle, an employee from West Valley Construction next to him who helped, and one of our board members from Nevada helping to talk with excavators there. And you can see on the right, SoCal Gas brought their giant shovel. If you've never seen that shovel in real life, it's very impressive. How tall is that, like 40 feet or something like that? It's enormous. So it's really an eye-catching site. So got a lot of good exposure there nationally. Definitely people from California attended that as well. So those are our two biggest events that we've been working on, as well as just continuing to focus on getting everyone up to speed with the new ticket system. And that's the extent for my update for now.
Thank you. So, just for clarity, are you going to go back from here on forward? Is this going to be the format? You guys will do the standardized metrics together, or one of you will present both of them, then you'll both give your updates? Okay. Actually, that's nice. Okay, so I guess going back to our program here, are there any public comments? There was a lot of good information. There was standardization of the way that the metrics from the north and south were displayed. No comments? Are there any webinar comments?
At this time, there are no webinar comments.
All right. Seeing there's no in-person or webinar comments, we'll proceed with the board. Who would like to discuss or start the discussion off?
Madam Chair. First of all, I'd like to commend this report. Apples to apples, I can compare, and it made it go so smoothly, and I appreciate it. So very good. And I know Amber had something to do with it too. So thank you guys for that. I did have a question on page 7, I think. Not page 7, page 6. Is there a way that, since you said the Nevada calls were in there, is there a way, are we looking in the future to kind of, take them out or not reflect that number? Or is there, maybe we can just put a footnote on there that Nevada calls are included in there?
I suppose you want that question answered officially on the microphone. So sometimes the challenge has been historically that we assume somebody calling from California is calling to dig in California, but that's not always the case, and vice versa from Nevada. So historically, we haven't been able to decipher that until a ticket is created, because some calls result in no tickets, some calls result in multiple tickets. So it's kind of, we assume the ratio is roughly the same, which is 90% California, 10% Nevada. But that's not exact. We may be able to query that in the future because we have a newer phone system than we've had over the years, and there may be an option where we have them select about which state they're going, that they're calling about, regardless of where they're calling from. So we may be able to present that information in the future, but I don't want to promise that until I talk to IT to confirm that that's possible.
Then maybe can we just put a footnote at the bottom that the
Sure.
volumes include Nevada? Sure,
we could put a note for that for now. Yeah, and in fact, it's kind of interesting because if you look at, so you probably actually on slide 6 where it's calls answered, but then if you look at slide 5 where it's tickets created by phone, so like let's just look USA North for January. You can on slide 6 it shows that we answered 17,391 calls, but tickets created by telephone in January for USA North, 14,740. So you can see a difference of roughly 3,000 and change calls versus tickets. So how many of those are Nevada versus how many of those were calls that had no tickets? So we may be able to pull that out and have that be a little better in the future, but again, I'll have to confirm with my IT first. Thank you.
The next question had to do on page 11, the no delineation. Is it, I know when you call in for a ticket or go on the web, it asks you to have the area been delineated. Is that correlating with the responses? Because I hardly even see, everything's always yes, it's delineated, so.
This one might be Ann, but this is a tough one for us to answer because this is the responses coming from utility operators to tickets. And when we came up with the EPR codes together with our ticket continuity committee and then through stakeholders, we said, here's the code and here's the explanation for it, but we didn't create this master list of, for every possible scenario, here's what code you should use. And so I think this is actually quite interesting. You know, no delineation, as you just pointed out, Member Johnson, 022, you see Dig Alert's numbers are significantly higher in that, but I don't know that that's necessarily the case that that's really occurring there, whereas in California, they may choose to just respond to it a different way, by like how our high priority lines of code 033, 3800 compared to only 530. It's not like Southern California doesn't have as many high profile lines, right? And same with the contact facility owner for more information, 5,300 compared to only 2,000. So I think this is kind of starting to show the discrepancy of how large members who get a ton of tickets, their own internal procedures are starting to come out. That's just my own theory. I don't want to speak for Ms. Diamond, but that's my speculation.
I know that there are some operators that will, if the delineation is not based on exactly what is on the ticket, they will mark it as no delineation, because I do not believe that we have that many tickets that go through as no delineation.
Yeah. Again, John, James, and Ann, great job on the report. Liked it.
Thank you.
Any other board comments?
Member Charlin? This question is for James. On your mobile app, and I know this one you're talking about is for excavators, are you working on one that's operator, and the one I guess I'm asking about is the one that you can search for active tickets? I guess it's by GPS. I think it's how it works in the South.
Yes, I know that's a functionality that we had before and that Dig Alert still offers, which is very helpful in the field for, especially for investigators. That's kind of a what's me or me, and I'm trying to remember the random name. Sorry, user error. I know that that functionality was, we had that on our old system. We don't yet have it on the new system. We're working on it. I know Dig Alert has it, and I know that's been very helpful for investigators to be able to have kind of the radius of what's happening near me with your approved permission. So investigators would be able to see all tickets within X distance of where they are, and operators would be able to have their own tickets within X distance of where they are. So we don't have that functionality now. I don't know that it's going to be a separate mobile app or how it will be done, but it is on our list. So I don't have an ETA for that right now. Sorry.
So just to add, yes, it is very helpful for investigations for damages, but it's also being used in the South for newly installed facilities. So the obligation is that app's getting out to excavators, and excavators who are putting in new facilities could now search and say, hey, I got these active tickets, I just put in new facilities, and then have some kind of process of getting them remarked again without actually the ticket being called back, because the excavator might not know, right? New facilities came out, so putting that burden on the installer of the new facilities, him having a way to look and see what active tickets are out there that are ongoing, it's really helpful, and it's something we look forward to when you guys get it.
Very good. Okay. Other questions before I sit?
Member Voss here, since you're up here, Mr. Wingate. Again, for both of you, I like the condensed metrics because we have something to work with. Of course, it's surprising when we see USA North not very much farther ahead of Dig Alert, so there must be some anomaly here going on. But
you mean that our volume's normally significantly larger? Well, as Ms. Diamond mentioned, yeah, we're down 30% almost in California for the first quarter. It's been shocking, to be honest. You know, we attribute a lot of it, of course, to the weather, but it has inspired questions to go out to large excavators saying, what's going on? How come you're not submitting tickets in mass quantities? And we're hearing, well, it's not the weather, but I was surprised to hear the bit about well, we don't have the manpower. We have the work, but we don't have the crews to do it. That surprised me. I hadn't heard that before. So that was a new one. So not sure how much that is. I know some excavators are hesitant to share that, as it might be a competitive advantage if somebody says, oh, well, they don't have the manpower, I'm going with this guy instead, so I can't give any names or anything, but that is a different concern than I was expecting to hear, to be honest.
So one other thing I have here for you, Mr. Wingate. So you stated that, you had quite the presence there at the Agricultural World Ag Expo, which I know you've been attending, your group has been attending for many years. What do you think the possibility would be to get the word out for the ACE ticket next year?
At the Ag Show?
At the Ag Show, because we're sitting there thinking about the traditional excavation ticket, but I think we're getting to the point where this would be a good venue to put it out. It may stir the pot, but I think we need to...
Well, I'm thinking, could we have the first thought that comes to my mind is, could we have one of those canopies set up with a table and we have somebody sitting right there to walk them through it, and we create on site. I don't know what internet access is like out there. No? Maybe it's a rural area. We'll see what we can do. Maybe we could get a big telecom to bring out a mobile tower or something just for the event. That's a good idea, though. I think we could at least have a handout or something like that that we could give to them to say, hey, come to this website and learn how to do a ticket. We could certainly promote it specifically as opposed to the generic call before you dig process in general, although I hate to tell you this right now because now you're going to want it every time, but we've started to track metrics a little differently on our new ticket system, where we, instead of having some free-form text for who the work is being done for and what type of work is being done, to have to select from a series of menus now, so now we can report on data. And I was surprised when I was looking at some initial results to see how many tickets were ag or farming related, far exceeded the number of ACE tickets. So in other words, ACE tickets are not the only ones being done for ag. There's still other, which I would assume is it's not going to be a one-year thing. It's going to be a just 28-day thing as a normal ticket. But I haven't looked at it any deeper, but I remember being pleasantly surprised by how many tickets where ag was listed as the genre of work. So I'll be happy to share those with you, Member Voss, for your constituency groups, if you're interested.
So later in our meeting here, I'll be talking in my public engagement reports where I think we're going to start getting some momentum in the ag community with respect to the ACE tickets. So I think there's going to become a point where they should go hand in hand, I would think.
Yeah. But to answer your question directly, yes, I think we can find a way to promote the ag ticket specifically, or the ACE ticket specifically, at next year's booth.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Wingate. Ann, I do have one question for you. Yes. On your presentation on the technology updates, or the views that were on that screen, are those different views that when you're making a ticket you have access to?
That is correct. So, like I said, it's for the customer service reps, and it will ultimately be for our online as well, so that they can picture a little bit better of where the actual work is going to be. If somebody says, well, if you zoom in, you can see this barn, and, I'm 500 feet away from that.
Okay. I just thank you for the clarification.
Sure.
I'm done.
So I have a few questions for both of you. I think the new format is fantastic, but I guess data without the sake of action is just that, data. So my questions are going to be kind of like, how do you use the data? How does the data drive, decision making? And I'm just going to start off with, page 8 and 9. When I look at the ticket type data, I see that although the north has more tickets, I see more damage, exposed lines, no response in the south. I see less ACE tickets, and it's probably because there's more farms in the north. So I guess I'm just going to run through all the things that I noticed, and I just kind of want to know what happens next. So, we brought up the no delineation, or delineation doesn't match. And then on page 10, no markings requested, which I thought was interesting. If there's no markings requested, why did they call, or what happened? Like, what went on? Then on page 12, the excavator canceled the request, 16,550 of those. That seems like a lot. Like, why would they cancel the request in the first place? For me, if I were just running a business, I'd be like, why did I take this many tickets and they were all canceled? Why would they be canceled? Negotiated marking schedule. And this has always been a gray area for me because it's the respondent saying, hey, this many people said they're going to negotiate the marking schedule. But since we don't have the other half of it, that, hey, we agreed to it, I want to know what do we do with this data to make sure that, we're not using EPR in a way that it wasn't designed to. And then on page 15, you see no response by required time. That's pretty high, especially since there are less tickets in the Dig Alert area than there is in the USA North. So I kind of pointed out some highlights now that we're able to see them very clearly. What support do you need from us? What actions do you take internally? And then I guess my final thing, and then I'll let you guys respond, is I love the engagement, but it seems like we probably need some kind of engagement on how to post a sign, be it like I'm running for something or real estate or whatever, like how to put a sign in the ground, some kind of outreach program, maybe like a booth at a real estate convention. I don't know, something, because it seems like we're getting more and more on top of each other with our laterals. So I'll let you guys decide how to respond on how do you use the data to drive better decision making? How do you use the data to drive more outreach and engagement? And how to use that data to prevent, people from circumventing, I guess, the intended use of the 811 call centers.
As far as the EPR responses, not the times, but the ones that are chosen to be used. An example, Chair Munoz, that you said no markings requested. A lot of members, whether they have to respond to a ticket or not, may use that. An example would be if there is a no-show for gas, but electric has in their policies that they will respond to every ticket. If it was a no-show for or a no response from gas, electric would say, nobody's asking us for remarks, or nobody's asking us for markings. So that could be the reason for that. Not knowing how all of our members choose to respond to these is why we can't really do anything. As far as the lot of cancellations, a lot of excavators are now being told that they need to, instead of just letting their tickets end up not being renewed after 28 days, when they are done with the job, even though it has been going on for a year, let's say, they call in and ask for a cancel. We discourage this, but we cannot stop them. As far as engagement and trying to go out to different people to educate them and things like that, in the South, what we have found is that the number one, other than having already called in or have already done tickets with us, is that it's our members and their information that gets people to contact us more than anything else. We are very small. We don't have a large advertising budget to be able to do the outreach that California really needs. And I think that answered most of your questions.
Yes, thank you.
Madam Chair. Yeah, I just want to kind of add to what Mr. Wingate probably would say and what Ms. Diamond did say. The data that they do have, they do disseminate it out to their members. And some operators, not all of them, but some, they do take the information and they try to fix those issues to help not only reduce costs but dispatches, because I did hear someone say earlier, and James said maybe it's a rumor, that the operators don't have enough resources, and that's why the tickets volumes are down. And so the data is disseminated out not only to the operators, but also it's discussed at CARGA on what's out there and what do they need to do, because we always are trying to find a way to be efficient in how we operate. And so since there's a labor issue, these are things that the data that they provide does help us do that.
Just a quick comment that this is, to my knowledge, the first time we've laid statistics for Dig Alert and USA North on the same page directly. And so, to be honest, I haven't really thought to say, I wonder how Dig Alert handles negotiated marking schedule. For example, if we're on page 12, where you see code 050, negotiated marking schedule, you see significantly more of those for Dig Alert. But then if you look at the one right after it, mutually agreed to a later start time, you see significantly more on USA North side. So that those are kind of the same thing, right? Or those two are very similar, but each center, you're seeing the numbers back and forth there. You take the sum of them together, and they're probably pretty close to what you would expect. But that's just a difference in how perhaps some large operator or contract locator in the south chooses to do it compared to in the north. Not necessarily bad or wrong, without guidance of how to do it directly. So I guess perhaps this board deserves kudos for asking us nicely to put these stats on the same page so that some of these things can now come to light a little more easily. Let's see, I had one other comment just in relation to what are we doing with these numbers. As Member Johnson said, we disseminate them out, but we're not an enforcement agency. We're funded by our utility operators, so we have to be careful on calling out bad behavior, you might say. We try to do that, but I still want to be employed, so I try to do that as in constructive manner as possible. So that's something to think about. But also I would remind the board that one of your charter mandates in 4216 is that you guys are to set the education and outreach strategy. We can help you implement it, but you guys are tasked with that if memory serves. Thank you.
Mr. Wingate, just one more question. Do you feel that you had enough time to discuss the underground service alert of your transition? Was there any other, we didn't really ask too much about that, your transition.
I think Mr. Marino is going to cover that in depth on the next agenda item.
All right. Thank you. All right. So is there any additional discussion on the new updated metrics? Item 8. All right, so I guess we'll move on to what we were just alluding to, which is item 9, discussion on the underground service alert of the Northern California ticket system. So, Mr. Marino, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll just wait for the presentation to be loaded. One moment, please. But just as an introduction, at the last board meeting, you'd asked, there was a lot of discussion about USA North's ticket transition. And I think what we heard from most of the board members was an interest in understanding the lessons learned from that transition. I think there was some discussion about how this isn't going to be the last time there's technology changing in the call centers, and so it would be good as a going forward exercise to understand what we can take away from this transition of USA North to learn from other technology implementations. And so if we go to the next slide, USA North made its transition on December 16th from a Northfield product to a Pelican Corp product. There were a number of complaints that came before you during the last board meeting, and you'd asked for us to identify lessons learned, and this presentation is going to be an update on that activity. Next slide, please. And so just want to clarify the scope of our inquiry. First, it's identifying lessons learned. We are going to use the One Call Center's responsibilities as the basis to review, to identify lessons learned. I want to clarify things that we're not looking into. We're not going to evaluate whether the new or the old system was better. We're not going to catalog and evaluate all the different concerns that came out related to the transition. And we're not going to categorize all the different types of issues into their types, whether something was a technology issue or a human interface issue, change management versus legal versus policy. These are things that are important, but we're limiting our scope for this exercise. If there's other things the board wants to talk about in addition, following this, investigation, then the board can do it, but we want to make sure that we're limiting the scope to what we can reasonably do in the first half of this year. Next slide. So on the 22nd of February, staff sent a letter to USA North requesting responses to 39 questions. USA North responded on the 24th. We're still reviewing those responses. Mr. Wingate is not known for being, for holding things back, and so there's a lot of documentation to review. So this presentation, we're going to discuss the One Call Center responsibilities. We're, kind of laying the context and the framework here. We're going to talk about ticketing system components, whether it be the old one or the new one, the future needs that will impact the One Call Centers, and the staff recommendation for how to proceed further in this inquiry. So it's a lot of ground building context. And let's go ahead to the contents. We're going to outline the One Call Center responsibilities, the functions of the ticketing systems, the users of the ticketing systems, and the limitations and future needs. Next two slides. So the One Call Center responsibilities. We're splitting things up between explicit and implicit statutory responsibilities, statutory and regulatory responsibilities. Next slide. Explicit responsibilities are those in code and in regulations, says the call centers shall do this or this. Implicit is that if an excavator is required to do something, they're required to do, an operator is required to use EPR, an excavator is required to get a ticket. Not all these things have explicit One Call Center responsibilities attached to it, but if an operator is going to use, provide an EPR, the call center needs to have a way to accept it. So first, if we go to explicit statutory responsibilities, these are just several that we identified. It's not meant to be an exhaustive list, but they have to issue tickets and provide those notifications to operators. So that's the standard, what we tend to think about for call centers. They can't charge for issuing tickets. They have to make electronic positive responses available to excavators. They need to report to you annually on their technological development. They need to maintain records both of when excavators identify that the operator did not identify the subsurface installations, as well as just all tickets. They need to provide telephone numbers to excavators for the operators. They need to develop an annual report on incident events, and they need to provide tickets and damage notifications to the board. Next slide. So regulatorily, there's fewer, but there's still some. They need to issue invoices for the board's regulatory fee, provide the 2-hour damage notifications, and provide ACE renewal reminders. Next slide. So implicitly, again, these are things that the One Call Center isn't in statute required to do, but the things that they need to do to allow excavators and operators to fulfill their responsibilities. They identify what constitutes a working day. They maintain ticket records and provide ticket records to excavators and operators. They have to accept and process remark requests, accept operator electronic positive responses, accept operator notifications excavator notifications of failure to ID subsurface utilities, accept notifications by excavators for vacuum excavation intent and transmit that to operators, provide instructions on the website for telephone line messages for after hours, accept damage notifications from excavators. Implicit on the regulatory side, they need to maintain a way for for operators to provide contact information of a couple different kinds. Accept damage notifications, the regulatory 2-hour notification, and accept updated ticket contact information from excavators who are supposed to provide updated information whenever they have it on their active tickets. And then lastly, when it comes to responsibilities, these aren't explicitly required of them, but as One Call Centers, they do a lot of things that the Common Ground Alliance best practices recommends. They're processing notifications 24/7, maintaining voice recordings, accepting and processing design requests. They are, I won't continue to read all of these, but there's a lot of them, and especially on the best practices. Since it's a little fuzzy, the way the best practices are written, we didn't go in and identify just exactly what they do and don't do related to the best practices, but there's a number. So just as kind of an overview, there's a lot of things that the call centers are responsible for, and those interact with the different types of functions that the ticketing systems have. And so on the next slide, we can see that the reliance on ticketing system has only increased. So 15 years ago, we did not have this web-based ticketing. I think the call centers identify that now it's between 60 and 80, depending on the time that the notifications come in via the web. They also are not, when they have to accept shapefiles from the utilities, and those are web-based uploads as opposed to providing a bunch of maps. And if you're interested in knowing how that worked in the 80s and 90s, I think you're going to ask Ms. Diamond. But it sounds very, very interesting and laborious. There's GPS mapping. So this is, if you're going to have an excavator identify their excavation area, they're going to need to use some sort of base maps to do that. And then electronic positive response, which is relatively new, but has all sorts of various different tentacles to it. And so if we look at the base functions of the ticketing systems, first is just taking the notifications. These can be done online. They're also done by call center staff, and there's using the GPS coordinates to allow excavators to identify the locations, getting those GPS coordinates into their system, that's the next part, and they store notifications. Next slide, we're looking at they're taking a lot of information from operators. So there's the basic contact information, but then they also have to identify their surface territories through GPS coordinates, through which they all have various different interfaces to provide that information. And they have a lot of different ticket delivery methods. Next slide. So when they get a ticket from excavators, they need to provide it to operators. They need to match the GPS coordinates. They need to send notifications via email or other means to the operators. Next slide. Electronic positive response is its own kind of thing where they need to accept these from operators tied to a specific ticket, provide access to the excavator to see those responses. They also push notifications to excavators based on logic of when they decide it's important to send that notification to the excavators. And they're tracking legal start date and times from tickets and then looking at the ticket types to determine whether or not to put that 999 when the operator has not responded. And then last slide in this section, there's a lot of different auxiliary functions. Basic dashboarding and reporting. They link it to their billing systems. They, at least I know with USA North, they link their contact information to customer relationship management software. They have phone systems, and they have third-party ticket management systems from the different operators. I will spend only one brief slide on business rules because I don't know all of these business rules. But once you start putting a bunch of data sets together and say, under what circumstance does something happen, this is where a lot of the complication comes in. The simple part is probably, having some fields as mandatory on, a ticket entry. That's probably not so big of a deal. But then there's a number of different business processes related to renewals. Changing legal start dates and time when there's a remark type ticket. We talked about the code 999. Ticket expiration depends on whether or not it is an ACE ticket. And then there's the ticket size policies, which I don't think are, for either system, are very tightly, put into business rules because those ticket size policies are pretty complicated, but those are business required business rules. So next two slides, the users. There's three types of users. There's the operators. So Dig Alert has 6 different ticket delivery formats and 2 different methods, emails or webhooks. USA North has a number of different types in which they also provide information to the excavators with 4 different email options and a webhook option. Electronic positive response. Dig Alert and USA North both allow operators to put it through their standard member portals, but then there's also different APIs associated with it. And if we go to excavators, neither call center currently has an API or a webhook to allow excavators to interact with the call center systems for putting in tickets or maybe receiving EPRs. But that's something that has been discussed in the future, and there's basically user management as well with excavators. And then the last one, which I think is important, to identify the user that we are a user. The call centers are required to send the board different types of information, 2 different types of damage notifications. And Dig Alert does it by kind of hiding the board as a member. So we have a shapefile that encompasses the whole state, or at least their territory in the state, and then we get the notifications when there's a ticket or a damage that comes in. USA North is still developing an API to provide us tickets in a different way. And as you remember, Dig Alert got a federal grant to help build a portal to send damage notifications to the board. USA North also has a pop-up to drive people who are submitting damage tickets into our portal. So that's the basic overview of the various different parts of the call center systems, regardless if it's USA North or DigAlert. And I think the important part to take away from this is that it ends up being pretty complicated. Now, how that goes into lessons learned, I think that's pretty important when we determine what type of processes should the call centers go through. It also, I think, identifies that it's harder for the call center, based on whatever their tech solution is, to customize to everyone. But I wanted to just get out those, the basic context of how complicated a ticket system can be, and we can determine what that means as we go forward. And lastly, I want to identify that, at least from staff's point of view, we don't think the ticket systems do enough. I'm not sure that both call centers would agree, but once we start looking at the next slide, we've seen some complaints about legal start date and time. Mutual agreement has been discussed, and right now there's no way to record mutual agreement except for what an operator puts in electronic positive response. Electronic positive response aren't particularly tightly constrained for what an operator can put as a response, as we discussed. So all of these things are in bilateral agreements, and one of the consequences is the legal start date and time that's listed on the ticket, which the call centers put there is just to get, so there's an expectation about when the locate marks needs to happen. That's never updated if there is an agreement for a later start date and time. On the one hand, you can say that maybe the operators who were not party to that agreement might want a little more time to when the actual legal start date and time is there. But on the other hand, also, when we're looking at what the legal start date and time was from an investigative standpoint, it's not straightforward. So this is one limitation of the call center systems. Next slide. We've also talked a lot about planning and design. Right now, both call centers have portals where you can sign up and request operator information about who is an operator in a certain area, but there's no planning ticket or design ticket type of process that exists in other states. And so were that to happen in this state, there would be added functionality that would be needed. There's a lot of discussion about permitting. I don't think we've had too much discussion about how permitting should interact with the ticket system, but it's something that is definitely there and might want to get some attention down the line. And one of the things we have talked about is ticket usability. So we had the reflective address sign discussion last November. This is something that when we talk about APIs and allowing excavators to put in tickets without just going through the call center portal, this is one of those limitations that tickets can't just be accepted in the way that's most easy for the excavator. I think it's probably pretty similar when we're talking about companies like Osmos, who put in a ton of tickets for power poles. If you think about it, if they're just doing it this way that we do it when we're putting in one ticket, that's a ton of tickets to put in that method. And so there might be some workarounds they're using, but there's no clear interface with the call center system. And then other languages, particularly Spanish, appears to be a limitation. So we'll go to the next slide. Wanted to give that as context that ticket systems are complicated. They're only going to get more complicated. And so the value of understanding how a transition or how an upgrade should go, I think will continue to serve the state to understand what the lessons learned are. Issues that we would like to review next is the communication that USA North had with the operators and the excavators, factors related to the timing of the transition and how much overlap there was between the Pelican and the Northfield systems, and then looking at the specific issues to a certain extent to understand their nature and how one could manage them or avoid them in the future. So those are things that we're proposing to look at next, and the process by which we're proposing to do it is to work with USA North as well as DigAlert, specifically to identify those lessons learned. As they will be common to the state, and as it was just USA North that's specifically the subject in this last transition, DigAlert's identified they're going to continue to make changes to their systems, and I don't think they would want to be left out from this lessons learned discussion. They might object, but that's kind of our take. That's our approach, and wanted to get your thoughts. Happy to answer any questions after public comment.
Thank you, Ms. Marino. We'll open the floor for public comments. Do we have any public comments? All right. Do we have any webinar comments?
There are no webinar comments at this time.
Do we have any board comments? Would you like to start the discussion?
Member Bianchini, I just want to talk a little bit about USA North's crossover of the two systems, and then as much hard work as they're doing with it. We asked for a meeting at our office at Preston. I made it clear that I wasn't representing myself as a board member from this board, but the president of UConn and other contractors, and James and Ryan and the board president, and all showed up, hat in hand, ready to work, rolling up sleeves, and what do we got to do to kind of work this out, which was very, very comforting, and good dialogue took place. Not everything went right when the system started. They were jammed up against a wall. I kind of likened it to, well, if you were going to change your financial system, would you let the other one fall apart before you got it all in? And James' response was, good point, but it was the way it worked out. And they have been moving pretty fast on a lot of the problems that we've identified. I know Ryan's worked with a lot of contractors and stuff trying to, help them get through some of the steps, some of the workarounds, and while they're, really trying to include it. The package they started with, unfortunately, the gentleman had a much lesser, and I don't think paid as much attention to what James and everybody wanted from California, and he was just trying to get it up to speed on the fly, and these guys were working really hard with them to do it, and it created, we lost tickets. They were able to recover some of the tickets and everything else, but all in all, a yeoman's effort by them to try to do it. There were lessons learned that probably could have been, some of it could have been avoided, maybe not. Some politics kind of got in the way of that between their previous system and their others, but these guys have been working pretty darn hard, and then all the way from the president of their board to their people in their IT department, trying to make it right and make it work. I just commend them. It was a tough haul because it was pretty upsetting to a lot of people, including them, because their board president, he's sitting in the back here, he's also from San Jose Water, and they had the same arguments on their side of the aisle as well from their construction crews and everything else. So it was, we had a great meeting, and we had the CEO of UConn there and a lot of questions, and unfortunately timelines weren't able to be established, but top priorities were, and so that worked itself out. So Ryan, James, appreciate what you guys are doing to try to correct it, but it was a mess. It surely was.
Member Charlotte, I had a lot to say at the last meeting of some of our issues, and I do want to kind of tell them our experience. We took a different approach. We went and put it in writing. Our president reached out to James, put it all in writing. James immediately got back to us and kind of answered a lot of questions and said, hey, let's get two teams together. Let's work on these issues and bring them up. So it didn't go weeks. It didn't go a long time. Everything's not fixed, but we've brought some issues to them. They've told us, kind of what the system was designed to do, and we're working together to try to get these things resolved.
So first of all, this report is excellent, and I don't think people really understand the impacts of making really good business rules or a blueprint when you start doing a database design. And I can really sympathize because back in the day, I worked on some of the first Mylars going into a GIS system without having those rules. Trying to figure out how to put those tickets in, the valves in, how to put all that together was very difficult when the shapefiles were updating, Google Maps was updating, GIS points were updating, and at the same time trying to put all this into a database. And I guess I'm saying all that because some of the data, well, often data gets dirty, so people don't understand how expensive data is actually to manage. And so some of those things we can already start seeing the indications that we probably need to clean the data up a little bit. We've already mentioned one of them in the EPR, no marking versus locate area marked. And, just the way we describe data long-term will also limit us. So I think a lessons learned is super important. One of the key things when we were writing 4216, if you guys remember, we wanted a timeline to updating shape files. We wanted a timeline for who's responsible, how often we have to update that. Those are all things because in a database, if those aren't right, all the requirements that Tony laid out, they can't act on them because the data is corrupted. So I think this is a good way to lay it out and for us to start looking at how we help support those business rules. And I think the standardized metrics are going to help. I asked some of those questions early on about how do we use the metrics. Maybe that'll help us put the focus there because there's two parts. It's how do we regulate it, how do we maintain it, how do we make actions against it. So I think this is some good first steps, but board members touched on something that's really often overlooked is the communication when you change databases, because it's going to happen again. It's going to keep happening, right? Every time somebody updates the shapefiles, there needs to be some kind of communication on what that looks like. Every time somebody gets a new position, what does that look like? So maybe we need to kind of come up with a standard playbook on updating all the master data so it's a little bit cleaner. And I know you guys have talked about it before, but along with us standardizing the metrics, maybe we look more deeply into some of that master data so it's standardized for both the North and the South. But all in all, this is a great report. Thank you, Mr. Marino. Are there any other board comments?
Madam Chair, just not to put more on staff's plate, but I think there needs to be some type of disaster recovery added to this in case something does go wrong. There has to be a backup in place. And so maybe some documentation or some requirements or something in place as it relates to if there's some type of outage.
We can certainly make that data request to start.
All right, if that's all the comments on that item, let's move on to item 10, which is the discussion of non-violation safety issues in investigations following the enforcement action. So we kind of called out a few of them previously in items 4 through 7. This will be information items that we couldn't act on during the investigations that we already reviewed, but if the board would like to start the discussion after Mr. Marino gives his presentation, because we actually did ask for a few of them. You probably have some that you identified, but go ahead and proceed, Mr. Marino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the two that you asked about were similar to what we were thinking. So the first was related to who's the excavator. On that one, we're actually going to suggest not to discuss it. You start getting into an intersection of how employment law and contract law affect our law. And so there's a very, it ends up being very legal interpretation, legal discussion. And so what I would suggest is just to work with staff counsel on an individual basis to understand it from your point of view and ask your questions. But I don't think it's probably the right time for us to discuss all of the potential legal implications of who is the excavator. The second thing you identified, which was what we were going to bring up one way or another anyway, was the use of the slide hammer probe used by Kinder Morgan in probing the depth of the pole when they did that. So what you decided was that there was no violation because it was an emergency. So I guess the question then that's up for discussion is, given that you found that there was no violation, makes sense to have a non-violation safety issue discussion, were there any safety issues associated with it that are worth talking about? So, for instance, yes, it was not a violation due to the emergency clause. Should they have put in a ticket anyway? They wouldn't have had to stop, but that's an option that you can always put in a ticket when you're doing excavation, or not. But basically, I think you're bounded by, you found that it was not a violation, and that was because of an emergency. Is there more to talk about based on that finding? And that's really what we have. And happy to turn it back over to the board after we have public comment.
All right, public, do we have any comments on this item?
There's Steve Cleaver with PG&E again. After more thought and hearing the board's discussion about should they have contacted 811 prior to doing so, I thought more about the logistics of what would that look like. Had Kinder Morgan contacted 811 to say, hey, we need somebody to come out and mark this. I believe it's fairly accepted that they wouldn't have had to stop their work to continue to probe, to do what they needed to do to investigate the potential of an emergency. But had they contacted 811, then you have every potential utility company within that area then needing to respond out to mark that, regardless of whether or not they found an emergency or they needed to excavate beyond using the probe. Then each utility company comes out there, and the area that they're going to be probing in is relatively small around the sign. If there is an emergency, the scope of the excavation has now changed much wider than what would have originally been delineated, potentially hundreds of yards beyond that to conduct their work, to section off the line and to do work beyond that. So the idea of contacting 811 to investigate the potential of an emergency, I think there are ripple effects of doing so, unintended consequences of pulling utility companies away to respond out to mark this, maybe even multiple times. So I just thinking about all of the different unintended consequences of if we say this, then that, I think it's really important that before we make decisions on that, and I think it's important for us from a policy standpoint as a utility operator and for the board as well, to think about the unintended consequences, that if we say this is necessary, then these are the actions that happen afterwards. I think that goes a little bit to what Member Charlin was saying earlier about the use of a grounding rod to be able to locate your facilities. It's a bit of a chicken or the egg discussion. If you can't put a grounding rod in the ground to locate before you call 811 yourself, then you're calling for a ticket, but nobody else can locate until they're able to put a grounding rod in the ground. So there are some things that I think have to be at least understood or discussed openly as challenges to the logic around how utilities get located and what utilities respond to as far as emergencies go. Thank you very much.
Are there additional public comments? Are there any web comments at this time?
Presently, there are no web comments.
Okay, let's turn it over to the board for discussion.
Member Bianchini, Mr. Cleaver makes a good point in the fact that what the gentleman was doing was probing the holes for the sign, not necessarily his gas main, where he has a pretty good indication of where that is. Had the gas main been off, which I've found several times in my career that they are by sometimes great distances, but he was looking to determine that. There was plenty of time right at that moment if he found the gas main either in contact with the hole that was hand dug or dug with an auger, either way, to call 811 and start, as Mr. Cleaver puts it, the ripple effect, because now you do need people to come out there and identify 100%, of what that is. But if he doesn't, then he determined that there was no emergency beyond that point, and the emergency was only finding out whether or not it was. So I think there is some careful consideration to be done here.
Member Charlotte. So, yeah, I believe there was an emergency situation. However, if we look at other types of emergencies, and let's just use, a snap pole, it's always a discretion, these crews that are out there. They always have the option of like we've heard, handle the emergency, call in and say, hey, this is what we're doing, and get everybody to come out. I think we always have to have that option for them to do that and get people out there, because, yes, the pole needs to be replaced, but they probably know their utility. They don't know all the other utilities. So, I like to explore what James brought up, that there is exemptions to it about using some of these, ground rods or the locating stakes, just to see what that language looks like. I'd like to see what that looks like, and because there are locators of every company that's using some type of device that's going in the ground to assist them in locating, and some of these are deep, and it's not. We'd all do something like the 6-inch and use the small thing, but when you're not getting to locate, it's causing you to do, pouring water, using something that's going down farther, because you're getting a better signal. And the whole idea is, do you want to be accurate? So probably more to discuss on this, but I really like to see what that language looks like.
And Member Johns kind of came to mind to me that the issues we're talking about are really kind of internal with the operators and their assets, and I almost feel like if we pushed it back towards the call centers and their stakeholders to bring it up and see if there's really an issue in this type of situation. That was a good scenario, but is there a lot of issues like that? Are there some guidelines they can follow to address that without, being a full-blown ticket? Because it's a two-edged sword when you call a ticket out. So I guess that would be my suggestion, is we perhaps get with the call center, see what they think about this issue, and maybe bring it back to us to see if there's further requirements from our standpoint.
Member Voss, this is something that obviously is probably going on with a lot of the operators. They have their methodology to find their lines. So I'd be interested to see if there are other states there's language out there that might be for us to look at as far as a true exemption in these cases.
Mr. Marino, is that clear as mud, where we're going to go next? Sounds like we want to explore what Mr. Wingate had suggested, that there's other areas that have more specific exemptions, but it's specific. It sounds like maybe we circle back and look at what does emergency really mean, so that maybe we're not looking at everything as an emergency. And then maybe the discretion, what does that look like to make sure that we still are circling back and notifying the call center that there was an issue and here's what's going on. So did I miss anything, gentlemen? Right.
Yeah, I think it would be good to see some of the language in other states, and how they constrain it. I know in this state, there was an exemption for an operator who didn't need to call in a ticket when they were reasonably, I forget what the adjective was, but they were reasonably confident there was no other facilities in the area. That was gotten rid of in 2016. I don't think there's a lot of, I don't think that was a provision that people really liked, because it was just, what does it mean for an operator to know that they're the only one in the area? But when we're starting to talk about specific purposes, I think then we're starting to get to things that are a little bit more tangible. I know in your power tool regulation, the permission to use tools other than hand tools was specific for the purpose of finding the subsurface installation. So you couldn't use your clay spade because you just wanted to dig in an area without finding the facility first. There was the focus on finding the facility was the important part of it. So it was guided by a purpose, and I think the board's rationale was that if that's what you were doing, then you would be taking reasonable care in order to meet that goal of finding the facility. So I think it's reasonable to look at what other states do and to see if they are tied to not just if you're this kind of person, you don't need a ticket, but what is the work that you're doing? So we can definitely take a look at that. Once we start talking about what we do about that information, it gets a little more hairy. I suspect that we'd really need to understand the different types of uses of these tools from operators. There might be some value in working with Fire Marshal and Public Utilities Commission as well. So not quite sure the end game and how labor intensive the exploration is, but I think it's good to start just with the other states and what they are doing for this particular type of tool use.
All right. So next we have item 11, which is planning and design. So the next item before the board is an information item on a discussion on survey response from excavation and project designers and operators regarding the project design process. So Ms. Bonner, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is an information update regarding planning and design. Staff created 2 surveys to gain additional insight to the planning and design process. The questions were developed taking into consideration the CGA best practices, subsurface utility engineering process, and the 30, 60, 90% design review process to narrow down when and what information is needed. Neither the definition for design nor design ticket parameters were included in the introduction of the survey or in the questions, as they have not been defined yet. The survey did not factor in project size or scope, but rather focused on gaining general insights into the design process. Staff created an outreach plan to drive survey participation from designers and operators. This plan included outreach to regional notification centers, state agencies, and trade associations. Next slide, please. In order to develop the surveys, staff met with the Planning and Design Committee as well as other designers to better understand the project design life cycle and common terminology used. For this survey, a 30, 60, 90 design review process was used to gauge when information is needed and design work is completed. The 30, 60, 90% is a formal design review schedule in which the percentage indicates the total design efforts for the project. During each formal design review, the reviewers review the design deliverables and discuss any conflicts or issues. The designers incorporate feedback during each review session for the next design review and continues to build the design until it's completed. Some designers may use different percentages, such as 35, 65, 95% as their checkpoints, but the concept still remains the same. The designers begin with conceptual design, which is a concept design using information gathered to assess the feasibility of the project. Once the conceptual design is approved, the designer proceeds to develop more detailed design drawings. The 30% design plan is a preliminary design of the project, which includes key elements and features within the design. The preliminary design is based upon information gathered, but is not complete. The 60% design plans contain most of the technical information, including all major facilities, but it's still not complete yet. The 90% design is considered substantially complete and that review is also a pre-contract review. Next slide, please. Another process that is used is subsurface utility engineering. Subsurface utility engineering is the process and practice of investigating, designating, and protecting buried facilities by identifying and mitigating conflicts prior to construction. The subsurface utility engineer evaluates the risk of the utility and assigns an appropriate quality level for the buried facilities within the project. The quality levels for the project may vary within the utility design. The quality levels outlined in the standard guidelines for investigating and documenting existing utilities, which is ASCE Standard 38, are quality level D, which is the initial research of the best available records. This is the lowest quality and accuracy level. Quality level C, the designer conducts a site survey to identify surface indicators to integrate into the design plan. Some examples are manholes, water mains, fire hydrants, and gas meters. Quality level B is the geophysical investigations are used to gather information and identify a location of buried facilities. For example, ground penetrating radar is used to locate and map buried facilities. Quality level A is the physical exposure of the buried facilities via potholing to obtain horizontal and vertical location. In addition, size and material information can also be confirmed. This is the highest quality level to achieve the highest level of accuracy of the buried facilities. Next slide, please. The survey questions for the designers were geared towards gathering input on what type of utility information designers needed, when the designers needed the information, and what the designers do with the utility information received from the operators during the design process. The designer survey garnered 197 responses. The survey respondents were primarily consisting of architects and engineers. Next slide, please. The designer responses indicate buried facilities information is needed from the operator early in the design process, primarily in the conceptual design phase. The survey responses also indicate field locate and marks are needed early in the design phase versus waiting until construction, as significant costs and delays occurred due to project redesign and inaccurate buried facility information. Next slide, please. The designers used the information gathered from the operators to create and complete a variety of design documents and activities. Designers provided feedback indicating that the design documents and activities are completed early in the design process. Overall, the responses indicated information is primarily needed from the operators during the conceptual design phase, while the design work and activities are completed during the conceptual and 30% design phase. Next slide, please. Designers also responded that potholing is completed between the conceptual and 60% design in order to confirm buried facilities during the design process. The 30% design phase received the highest number of responses. One respondent stated, "Often we have to state we are going to pothole to get utility markings. Otherwise, we tend to get general information that says whether the utility is in the vicinity or not. Generally, we don't get specific information about location, depth, or size, which is why we tend to get potholing done early in the design process. Next slide, please. Designers responded how often certain factors determine whether potholing occurred prior to final design. Most responses indicated always or often for utility relocation, large complex project, if the potholing was prescribed by contract, if the operator provided locate and marks, and the risk of utilities. Next slide, please. When asked if the designers provide a copy of the project drawings to the operators as part of the design process, most of the responses indicated drawings are always or sometimes provided, with an increase of the designers that provide the drawings later in the design process. Next slide, please. The designer responses varied regarding the amount of reasonable time for the operator to respond to the design ticket. The highest number of responses was for 10 working days or less, followed by 15 working days or less. Next slide, please. Questions for the operators. We're now switching gears over to the operator survey. Questions for the operators asked if they needed design drawings from the designer during the design process, what factors impact the time frame to respond to the design request, and how much time the operator needs to respond to a ticket. The operator survey was limited and garnered 16 responses. Approximately 8 of those operators were local government utility operators. Overall, the operator responses were limited to inform the development of a design ticket and may represent personnel involved with operator locate and mark rather than records research. However, responses indicate time in addition to the standard 2-day ticket is needed to process design requests, and operators are interested in obtaining copies of the design documents. Next slide, please. The survey also asked operators what factors determine how long it takes to fulfill a design request. The results indicate the excavation footprint is a leading factor in how long it takes to fulfill a request. Next slide, please. Staff continued to research other design tickets in other states. The research found 11 out of 19 states allow the operator to locate and mark, provide information or drawings, or allow records to be inspected, copied by the requester. And 30 out of 19 states require locate and marks as part of the design ticket. Pennsylvania 811 offers 2 types of design notifications, preliminary and final design. Preliminary notifications occur early in the design process when the scope of the project is being determined and occurs more than 90 days before the completion of the final design. The final design notification occurs between 10 and 90 business days prior to the completion of final design. Within 10 business days, the operator can mark up the drawings provided, send the designer information, or provide information via an alternate method that the designer agrees to. The design notification option has been a part of PA underground utility line protection law since the inception of the law. Pennsylvania's 811 approach to the design ticket is that safety begins at design, not during discussion when excavation occurs. Pennsylvania 811 also implemented a free drawing exchange application called Coordinate PA. This application allows designers, local governments, and so on to upload upcoming project designs into a centralized software application to foster collaboration and utility coordination throughout the project lifecycle. Users can share project information and change settings to allow others to see the project. For example, local governments can upload upcoming right-of-way or paving projects, allowing them to collaborate with other project designers looking to complete excavation projects within each of the project sites. Coordinate PA supports all Pennsylvania 811 ticket types throughout the project lifecycle. Pennsylvania 811 staff indicated they'd be open to providing the board with a demo on Coordinate PA. Staff recommends the board directs staff to proceed with the following items. Schedule a demo with Coordinate PA for the board. To conduct outreach to other state agencies such as Caltrans and local governments to understand their design process and utility coordination needs. To continue exploring the need for field and locate marks, including costs, to understand the impact of including it within the design ticket. And to proceed with developing the design ticket process and conduct outreach to designers, operators, and the regional notification centers for feedback regarding the process. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you for that excellent presentation. Per the usual, we'll commence with our public comments. Are there any public comments? Are there any web comments at this time?
There are currently no web comments.
All right, then we'll turn it over to the board for discussion.
Member Johns, and I think that was a really well-performed study and presentation, so thank you very much, Ms. Bonner. I would like to just get them off the cuff there, but Mr. Wingate and Ms. Diamond, just your thoughts on the PA system and conceptual planning and stuff. Do you think it's feasible, or what's your initial thoughts?
Is that okay if I go first? Of course. Okay. I've heard about Coordinate PA. I haven't seen the demo myself, but my counterpart from Pennsylvania is very well respected in the industry, and in fact, we call him the Godfather. But that's because he's been there for 40-plus years. But I think it's definitely worth looking into. I have to admit, hearing today that they have two different flavors of that, one at the 30% and the other at 90 or whatever it was, that's very interesting, and is definitely worth looking into. One of the things we've talked about at our center a lot is the concept of delivering a ticket as a design request, even though so the one-call centers, from my perspective, I don't want to speak for Diggler, but from my perspective, you know, we've had the capability to deliver design tickets all along. It's just another ticket type, right? Only with some different stamps. But the problem has always been enforcement in terms of we can send them a ticket, but we can't force the utility operators to respond to that ticket. And that's the complaint we've always had. So we instead have had a tool where you draw the area on the map, generate contacts, and then you follow up with the utility operators yourself, with the goal being that the engineer will email them a map saying, here's my project, what do you have in the way, and they coordinate amongst themselves until the process becomes more formalized. But we've been tossing around the idea at our shop, especially with our new ticket system, that this could be done better than ever from our perspective in terms of being able to have it go to a different destination than regular tickets, and especially if we move to document exchange, which we want to get there eventually with electronic positive response. As Chair Munoz described earlier about the negotiating marking schedule, that's only one side of the story, right? How about these agreements? Can we memorialize them in the record tied to the ticket, especially, and Mr. Brino talked about legal dates changing, and if it's only one party that's agreeing to the negotiated marking schedule but the other utility operators have not, or something along those lines. And so do we document all that instead of relying on the excavators and operators to document that in their own records, which they've been doing for decades? You know, do we formalize it, so to speak, and put it in the records that we keep? So we think that's a great idea, and think the concept of two-way electronic positive response to share that kind of stuff, and or sometimes they call it enhanced positive response, but either way, we think that's a great idea at my center. And we think that the design process could go well in that, using a similar mechanism to have that work. And we're tossing around some ideas, and we may have some things to show in the nearish future as possible ways that it could work from our perspective.
Any board comments? Oh, go ahead, Ms. Diamond.
Actually, James could have spoken for my, for Diglert. Yes, we can send to, the design tickets. The problem has been is, we've looked at this with a committee that is between the two boards, the Ticket Continuity Committee, I think we've mentioned it before, to determine what is a design or what is a project ticket. So we're still working on that. Also, most operators want to have the design ticket sent to some place other than the locate and mark people. They want it sent to their engineering. We can do that, but that is also something that needs to be set up.
Are there any other board comments?
No, in speaking with some of the folks that we deal with, it is more, and again, Ms. Bonner, I'll tell you, this is an amazing report. It's really good, but I did send it out to some, and we didn't get enough real response from civil engineers that are doing most of the mapping and stuff that would require the potholing or vice. So I wish we would have gotten more, but they just didn't respond to that end. But to the point of the 30, 60, 90, 30 is the most critical. I mean, and the earlier the better. As I leaned over to Mr. Johns here, I don't think that it happens within 10 days very frequently, as a few people said. And a lot of times when it gets down to, we get called and are asked to come in, pull a ticket, and do the potholing for them because they can't get enough of the information, is somewhat of a reality. But yeah, this was a good report, and it's interesting. We should probably follow up one more time, as you suggested, with Pennsylvania and a little bit more civil engineers in that aspect.
All right. So we're at 4:30, but we only have 2 items left. Should we just push it or come back tomorrow for half an hour? Push it. Let's just push it. I don't know. All right. Push it? Okay. Let's push it. All right. So item 12, the next item before the board is an action item on the board's 2023 plan for its activities in the upcoming year. We did discuss this a little bit in last meeting. So Mr. Marino, will you please proceed?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So during the last board meeting, we proposed a 2023 plan, and the feedback we got was that we need to put a little bit more focus and explicit discussion around the education component. And so that's what we did. We worked with Member Del Toro, also sent it to Member Member Johnson on the Education Committee. And I'll just go over the things that are different related to education in this report. I won't rehash any of the other items in the report. So we added 3 items to the beginning. So this is page 2. First is working with ag associations to deliver liaise guides. So area of continual excavation has been something that we spent a lot of time on in 2018-19. And so in the past couple years, with the assistance of Member Voss, we've put together some guides for how to, how a farmer specifically ag community, could get an ACE ticket online. It's maybe not as simple as one might think when you're just starting out, especially if you've never really gotten a ticket before. And so I know Member Voss is going to talk about one of his activities over the past month in support of this goal. But the goal is to work with farming associations. Specifically, we've been working with the California Farm Bureau Federation and Western Growers, and if we want to work with them to roll out the guides. The second item is developing toolkits for outreach. The first toolkit that we are working on is for ACE guides. The focus that we want to take is to think of ourselves as the ones who are developing the information, not necessarily the ones who are doing all the delivering of the information. No group, no entity can do everything themselves, and I think the more people who are involved in the space, if we're not coordinating well, we're just kind of over pushing out the same message and kind of more of a generic message. So what we're trying to do is look for the different stakeholder groups that the board has identified as meriting specific attention in terms of an outreach mission, and developing toolkits both for those groups, in particular one we're working on with ACE, so something that farmers can use to get the information they need to get an ACE ticket, but also for those who want to market to farmers for the ACE ticket. This could be call centers, operators, ag associations, et cetera. And so those are toolkits that we are working on right now, and we're planning on expanding that to other types of users. It makes sense, and I think we're working on electronic positive response as a group, and so that's the second one, developing the toolkits to develop the content to allow others to do the advertising of, to different stakeholders. The third item is taking our education course and turning it into self-paced online in order to allow more people to access it. And so we have, in the last month, solicited different companies through the Department of General Services. I couldn't really talk about this when it hadn't been solicited yet, to do this translation of our course to self-paced online. And in that, we're also looking for somebody to take it, not only the English version, but also translate into Spanish. So there's both English and Spanish as self-paced online. We're hoping in the next couple weeks to find somebody to do it. We're in that stage of the solicitation, but we definitely wanted to get it contracted by July 1. Those are the three items in the general part of the 2023 plan. We did replace a very generic looking ahead item with a couple specific ones. And the real difference between then and now is now the governor's budget is released with specific items, and so we can talk about them in public. The first is to take the outreach materials that we have developed and that we will continue to develop and translate it in Spanish. So the governor has requested this in his 2023-24 state budget. It is before the legislature, and we're hoping the legislature looks favorably on it. And the other item is actually developing a lot of training material. And this has been probably the biggest lack we've had. We have a lot of good ideas, we have a lot of initiative, but we don't have a lot of staff, and we don't have any staff that are specifically trained and dedicated to the outreach mission. And so we work with the Department of Finance, and the governor's office has supported this and proposed 4 positions for a supervisor and 3 training officers to develop training materials for the education outreach purpose. Again, this is before the legislature right now. We probably won't know. The time frame on this is Hopefully we'll know by June 15th when the budget is due, but there's a lot of different discussions that happen. But we're thinking that we'll have a really good idea by the May revise when that comes out in, a little over a month. So by the time we meet next, you'll know whether or not that was approved. And so those are the new items in the 2023 plan. And what we're looking for is for you to review and approve through a vote. Happy to answer any questions.
All right, are there any public comments? Any webinar comments?
There are no webinar comments at this time.
All right, so now I'll turn it over to the board for comments.
Madam Chair, is it those 4 pending positions, what's the turnaround on that if we to hire someone?
So hiring is always, a question mark. However, we have put in the paperwork, and we expect that the supervisor will be advertised by the end of the month. Our time frame is not the swiftest, so this person, whoever gets hired from that end of the month solicitation, we're timing it so that we could make a job offer in July or August. So probably mid-August is when we're hoping to get that first person on board, and that first person is going to help bring on the other people.
What's the name? What's the title?
Do we have a working title?
It's the training supervisor.
Training supervisor, yes.
Thank you.
Any additional board comments?
Member Voss here, I've got to approve it because the ace is back to the top.
One of the things that we talked about last meeting, there was a focus on getting back to training, more of the outreach portion. And I don't know if you have this, but the question was, do we have enough people? We have 11 vacancies plus 4 new ones, 15 spots are open. I just want to recognize the massive amount of work being done by a little tiny crew of people. A lot of times changing policies, writing whole policies is very slow. I was talking to Member Voss, how long have we all been doing this? This is my anniversary of my 5th year. For the amount of change we've done in 5 years for government, it's amazing. And then you just take another step back and you think about the little crew we have, right? Like we got to see all the investigators come on board. That was awesome. We all got to be trained. So I just, this is a good plan, but I just don't want to lose sight of the fact of all the work that we've done. And I want to thank you all and thank you guys for working so hard because you're doing this for passion, for the love and safety to make sure Californians are safe. And it's evident in everything that you do. So I just, again, want to recognize you and thank you. And this is a super ambitious plan for 15 vacancies, so whatever we can do as a board to support you. And I hope maybe, those of you and other agencies would like to get more involved. We still have vacancies on the board for those of you who are on the webinar. We could use some help. We're moving fast, it looks like, with a little tiny but mighty team. Are there any other board comments? All right, then. So we're going to move on to our Oh, yes, sorry. You wanted approval, huh? Okay, so I will accept a motion for accepting the 2023 plan.
Motion.
So motion?
Yes, so motion.
Member Voss here, I move to approve the 2023 work plan provided by staff here at the April meeting for 2023.
Member Bianchini, I'll second that, and I liked Randy's trying to push along faster for you guys to fly home. So.
All right, so we have a motion made by Member Voss and a second by Member Bianchini. Secretary, will you please call roll?
Bianchini?
Yes.
Charland?
Yes.
Johns?
Yes.
Johnson?
Yes.
Munoz?
Yes.
Voss?
Yes.
All right, motion carries. Let's move on to item 13, board member public engagement reports. The next item is board member public engagement reports regarding any relevant experience with the public relating to the board or safe excavation practices. We will begin with board comments followed by public comments. Are there any board members who would like to provide updates on public engagement?
Member Voss here. Want to say that last couple months here, I was, pushing staff here about the need to get the word out for the ACE ticket. That's the Area of Continual Excavation ticket. Back when it became law back in July of 1st of 2020, we lost a little bit of momentum because of the pandemic getting the word out. And then we were making good progress, and then right here close to the end, there was a little change in the ticketing process that kind of put another few months behind. But I do need to commend staff for, getting those guides out that you heard was mentioned here earlier. And also, I was pushing the agenda locally here in Kern County. And so the local Kern County Farm Bureau asked me to come and speak to ACE at one of their meetings last April, last month. And so I went to staff, specifically Devin and Brittany and Tony ultimately, about making me a little PowerPoint presentation for this. So they came up with a nice little 12-page PowerPoint presentation, which I delivered to the board here and at their last board meeting. And it was such a great hit. They some of their people there just jumped right on it and wanted to get going on it. So it's already gone to the point where there's a local group, local business called the California Safety Training Corp, the principal and that sits on the board, who was very interested in starting to get workshops together there in Kern County. So we've gone ahead and met with him and his staff. I brought along one of our farmers as well, and that farmer just the other day took his staff out to the field and made an ACE ticket in their presence. So that, again, has got more momentum. And so I'm really excited that I think that we can get this workshop off the ground in the next couple of months, where it's going to be, a hands-on situation, I believe, in a room somewhere with could be 10 farmers to start with, but as those things go, you get 10 in, and then you got another 15, you got another 20. I know I mentioned to Mr. Wingate we may want to be reaching out to your staff here as that thing comes together and have one of your staff members down and present during this. So I'm really excited. They asked me, they go, how many tickets do we want to try to get? And I said, kind of balancing it in my head, we've been running between the two call centers, 175 or so each year. So I said, I think we need to get 500 here in Kern County. So I think that's a very attainable goal. I think that there's a possibility that it'd be much greater, but I want to really get the process going and like to see the momentum. I think if we can get the momentum there at our county, I think we can spread that momentum to other counties, and I'm more than willing to go to other farm bureaus and deliver the message as well. So with that, Madam Chair, that's my report.
Thank you. Are there any other board engagement reports?
Madam Chair, I just had a question for Member Boss. In terms of the agriculture industry, with all this rain, is there planning for more work to growth or planning this season, or?
Member Johnson, if I understand you're saying that there's going to be more plantings going on, or?
I'm asking, will there be more planning going on this year and next year with all the additional rain and water?
Well, if anything, the weather delayed, at least in our business, the planting of, row crop or vegetable type crops. But, and again, what happens when those situations happen, you move your plantings to other areas of the state to accommodate the season you missed because it was too wet to do something. Does that answer your question?
I just want to know if there's going to be more planting.
Well,
more crops.
I think I don't know if there'll be more plantings. It'll just be maybe in different parts of the state.
Just different parts of the state.
Well, you got to remember, the ACE ticket, let's go back to the concept of the ACE ticket. The ACE ticket, because agricultural is a excavator by the nature of it moving soil, needs to have a ticket all the time for all their operations that they do. So this should not preclude, getting a ticket, because we're not digging a trench for a pipe. We're out there moving the soil with our mechanical equipment, and so that's part of this whole education process. Getting out to the ag industry on this issue.
All right. Are there any other board comments or engagement reports? All right, then we will proceed to public comment. Would any members of the public like to make any comments regarding the board's engagement reporting?
James Wingate, USA North 811. Just wanted to report that Kern County, year-to-date through the end of March, has 29 ACE tickets so far. So got a ways to go if you want to get 500 in the next 3 quarters. But to be fair, year-to-date for 2023 for all counties in my service territory, we have 115 tickets, ACE tickets, whereas in 2022, the entire year, we had 83. So you've got significantly more this year, and it's only the end of Q1. So more than all of last year and the previous year before that. So that's a great start.
Are there any webinar comments?
There are no webinar comments at this time.
All right, then. Seeing no further comments, we'll proceed to item 14, the Executive Officer's Report. The next item on the agenda today is the Executive Officer's Report. Mr. Marino, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a bunch of smaller updates. So first, we received a request for information about our enforcement process and investigations from PHMSA. So every year they evaluate all of the state's enforcement programs. And so since the year 2019 or 20, we have been adequate. As of inadequate or adequate, there are 2 levels. And so we received that not too long ago, and we're working on a response. I'll give a short update on the fee. So as you remember, in regulations that took effect in January last year, we moved to from assessing fees on new, renewal, and remark tickets to just new tickets. So that was recent. And One Call Center members are assessed a fee if they have more than 500 tickets that they receive. And also that the billing period is now July through June. So the 23-24 billing period will start in July. For that period, we posted the fee numbers on February 28th before the March 1 regulation, so that people would have 4 months to know what their fee is going to be before they get it. Or some USA North members, they get their fee annually in January, so they really get a year to know how much their fee is going to be. We got a number of calls and emails, and it was nice this year because while a lot of the calls and emails were wondering about what it is, this email that we sent, I think they were happy to find out that they weren't getting an invoice, and they didn't have an invoice yet. So it was people who were saying, why don't I have this bill yet, was the concern. And I guess that's probably better than the what is this invoice. We'll get that in July. Some statistics. The members that received less than 500 tickets constituted 56.3%. So most members aren't paying the fee. Now, if we look at how much tickets they represent, those members, over 50% that aren't paying the fee, make up 1.97% of the transmissions. So just going to show that there's a huge number of very small operators, and the tickets are mostly given to a lot of large operators. Here's an update. I already kind of alluded to this in the last report, that the governor requested 4 positions on our behalf for education outreach, as well as $100,000 annually for Spanish translation services. This information is on the Department of Finance's website, so you can all look at the request that went to the legislature. It's up to them to decide, the legislature to decide whether or not to fund the positions. And we already talked about the hiring process, so we're getting paperwork, or we're hoping to get the first position advertised at the end of the month. But again, still needs to be approved by the legislature. Budget hearings have started. I think the department had a very good budget hearing with Assembly Budget Committee, Subcommittee 3, just in general, the work that the department does, both on the wildfire side and on the underground safety side. The chair was very complimentary and urged us to tell all of our staffs what important work they're doing, so that was very promising and great to hear that from the chair of the budget subcommittee. With that, so with some new budget, that comes to new costs. And so you naturally might be interested in knowing, what does that do to the fees we must collect? So the regulations you approved that went into effect January 2022 allow us to assess a fee of up to $7 million. Right now we're assessing a fee of $5 million a year. And the proposed budget puts it at, our proposed appropriation that we're allowed to spend goes to $5.6 million. So there is a difference between what we're getting in and what we're allowed to spend. Given that we have a lot of vacancies, we have some buffer, and so we don't expect to need to increase the fee, certainly not this year, probably not next year. We'll see. I think one of the big question marks is, will we be able to hire all the staff we need? That's been the source of the buffer, that we don't need to increase fees, but we're planning on hiring people and doing the work that the legislature authorizes us to do. So while we are in a structural deficit, we don't expect to need to raise the fee for at least a couple of years. I'll give you a legislative update. So there's a number of bills, lots of bills every year. One bill specifically, SB 778 by Senator Ochoa Bo. This is a bill sponsored by the California Regional Common Ground Alliance. It's similar to SB 1345 from last year, but there's a couple differences. One, there's no provision to make Caltrans a member. That was a cost of millions to potentially tens of millions of dollars, and the bill did not pass last year. It did not pass the Assembly Appropriations Committee, who identified that cost. And there's another provision that's been added in there having to do with return trip ticket. It does include standby requirements for if an operator requires a standby. So that's something that we're watching and paying attention to. Membership, one of the things that's come up is in looking at the fees, sometimes we get notifications from USA North or Dig Alert that a member has terminated their membership. One of Dig Alert's members terminated their membership, or was trying to terminate their membership, but they were actually contracting out their locate and mark to somebody else. And so this was something where they remain the operator. They still own the assets. But according to Dig Alert, they were not going to be a member anymore. So we're still working with that, with with the owner of the facilities to make sure that they understand that, there's plenty of companies that contract out their locate and mark, but they're still members, and they have to be per law. The operator is the member. But we're going to have to work with Diggler and USA North to figure out what's the right process for what information does an operator need to identify when they want to terminate their membership. A lot of times it's a merger, so we want to know who are you sending your facilities to, some of this information. But that's something we're going to work over the next several months. Lastly, I will talk about one particular public engagement that we had. Got a call from a homeowner asking him whether or not he could remove some flags on his property. This was, I think it was March. The flags were on his property since October. And so he wanted to know if he could remove them. He was relatively well informed about the process, but not an expert. He knew enough to know that he can't just pick up flags and hope, nothing bad happens. He did provide some thoughts, and I think it's worth thinking about when we get to the point where homeowners are more and more aware. We're going to run into this question about what should they know on their property, and what are the questions they're going to ask, and what information can we provide them. He provided some thoughts about maybe, homeowners should be provided a note by the locator to let them know what's going on. The possibility of online homeowner lookup, maybe company names and phone numbers on the flags. So some ideas, they're very preliminary. Again, was not an expert, but remarkably well informed for not really being part of this business. And so, as we get more homeowners using 811, we're going to get a lot more questions. Us, call centers, everyone. So we'll have to start thinking about what's the best way to engage them. And that's what I have. Happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Marino. We will proceed with the public comments. Are there any public comments? Are there any webinar comments?
There are presently no webinar comments.
All right, we will proceed with board comments. Who would like to start the discussion?
Madam Chair. You mentioned that if the budget for the next few years, if everything stays where it is, there probably won't be an increase as it relates to the budget. But in terms of what Mr. Wingate had said earlier, regarding a 34% drop in tickets, right? So the budget stays the same, but that his member is going to have to probably pick up the additional costs.
The way we do it is, so USA North and Diggler do it differently. Diggler has a flat per ticket fee. And so as the economy kicks up, so do the revenues. If it drops down, the revenues drop. What USA North does, and this is what we've done, is we say, operators, you have this much of the pie. And so the budget is this amount. This is what we're going to collect, and you get a portion of that. And there was a couple reasons why we did this. One, because tickets are hard to predict, right? And two, maybe more importantly, regardless whether tickets went up or down, if we just get their percentage and that's how much they pay, it ends up being more stable from year to year, so more predictable. The ticket volume shouldn't affect the amount of revenue that comes in, the amount of revenue that an operator has to pay. And if I remember, you might have suggested we go that direction.
Well, the percentage, the one, maybe the other 50%, the ones that are paying the big money, will now have to pay more based on the formula that you're using. If the volumes decrease, even though the percentage, that pie, is the responsibility of that center. But now that member is going to have to up his ante a little bit
Because the body's based on the revenue.
Right.
I mean, I don't think it should be, like, if we're collecting $5 million this year and we're collecting $5 million next year, and let's just assume that, City of Sacramento has to pay a certain amount this year, and the ticket proportions don't change. The tickets drop in half. They're still paying the same amount. Their per ticket cost is different, but the total amount they pay ends up being the same. And I think right now, the per ticket cost bounces around between like 60 to 62 cents. But if the number of tickets dropped in half, then that per ticket cost ends up being $1.20 per ticket. But the total amount that member pays ends up being the same.
All right. I have a question on SB 778. I'd like to know how we as a board should proceed with this, because it does directly impact 4216. I would like to know how we work together to see what the implications are for the current safety standards that we've established or we've been working through. What are the changes that are being proposed? What are the implications to excavators versus operators? We've done a lot of talk about making sure that it's holistic, like it's balanced between the operators and the excavators. And then what are the implications to the EPR or standardizations even with the most recent databases, if there are any implications to business processes? So I guess my question is, what's the best approach? What's the timeline for this? Do we need a subcommittee? What do we need to be best prepared for this?
Sorry, I had to confer with legal about the best way to proceed. So legislation happens quickly, and so it doesn't necessarily wait for you to have a board meeting to discuss. And so one of the things that I suggest is maybe you can identify 2 members to be a legislative committee that can discuss with staff changes of the bill, your thoughts on the bill, and then during the board meetings, you can bring that back to the full board for discussion. That might be the best way to approach, like any of the other committees, if you can find among you 2 members to be part of that committee.
All right, everyone.
I would make a suggestion that since the bill sponsor is CARGA, I think it's good to have board members who don't have any particular association with, the proposal and CARGA. That's the only kind of restriction I'd put on it.
Do we need to make that decision now, or has to be? Well, I'm not on CARGA, so I volunteer myself.
Now would be good.
Okay. So I volunteer myself. Is there anyone else that's not on CARGA, perhaps?
Madam Chair, I have a question. Since CARGA is the sponsor of this bill, and there's membership of CARGA from each stakeholder group, or so-called every stakeholder group. So it's from the operator and all the other different companies, and we also have a representative that's on CARGA that represents us. So can't we just get feedback from that individual in the direction and share what's going on with CARGA in that bill and get our input to take it back?
Well, my only concern would be there's timelines for all of this, right? So if we waited for a CARGA meeting, if we waited for all that, then we would be asking CARGA to act as an agent on our behalf. There's clearly separation of our responsibilities. So I think it's always good to partner and talk and discuss things. I think that's good, but I think, because we've been given jurisdiction by the legislature, and we have three responsibilities of executive, legislative, and executive power. We want to make sure that we're separated. And I'll ask council for help, but I do think that might be important. But, council, what do you think?
I think I'm not going to offer a personal opinion on this, and if you want, you can put whoever you want on your committees. Sorry.
Okay. So then who else do we have that's available to take on SB 778?
I'm already on a committee, and as the president of UConn,
Yeah.
we're already making comments to the bill there.
Member Jones, are you available?
I'm on the target group, on the committee, so.
All right.
We can always have a committee of one.
We can have a committee of one? That seems sad. Oh, when Marjorie gets voluntold when she comes back?
I'll motion that.
Okay.
Teach her a lesson.
Okay, I guess we'll start with that myself, and then if Member Del Toro is available, maybe we can reach out to her and see.
Yes, we can designate her at her option of refusing.
Okay. All right, is there any more discussion on the executive officer's report? All right, seeing no further discussion, we'll move on to item 15, which is adjournment. So seeing no other business, if no board members object, we will adjourn the meeting at 5:15 p.m. We look forward to seeing you all at our next board meeting scheduled for July 10th and 11th. The meeting is now adjourned. Thank you all for participating. Thank you for coming in person, and thank you for being on the webinar. Thank you, and good night.